How you doing? Thank you for sharing the live. What's up? Martha, thank you for sharing the live. Justin, thank you for sharing the live. Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the stream. If you are just joining us, please do take a moment of your time to share the live. If you are opposition, you're gonna join the guest request. But if you're not opposition, you're not gonna join the guest request. All right, hold on. I gotta set this up. There we go. All right. All right. Hey, how we all doing, everybody? Oh. Okay. We're having a good morning, as you can tell. What's up, folks and friends? If you are just joining the stream, please do take a moment of your time to share the live. Hello, hola, aloha, ciao, namaste, konnichiwa, bonjour, guten tag, and all the other ways to say hi, hello, and how are ya? What's up, everybody? I would really like to see if I can actually make this higher. Higher and higher. Wow. Okay, hold on. I can change him. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on, if I take this, wait, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do it. Hold on, I'm gonna take this. And then I have this, which if you don't know what this is called a stand. And I'm gonna put this under my computer here. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Take this, put this under my computer, move this over here. I think we did it. I'm a little crooked here, but that's okay. You know, a little curvy is good. Curvy's better than straight. I think that's what they say nowadays, right? Okay. All right. This is good. Yes. Yeah, we did it. Yes. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. Oh yes. This is good. What's up, everybody? If you are just joining the stream, hello and welcome to it. Please do take a moment of your time to share, to repost the live. Specifically, if you're hot and could repost the live, that would be great. So basically, if you're on the left, share the live. That'd be good. Basically, like anybody on the left is hot. Can we just be honest for a second? Can we talk about the fact that hold on, let me make sure my camera's running. There we go. Can we talk about the fact that those on the left are statistically more attractive than those on the right? Can we just talk about that? I mean, I'll give you Exhibit A, Zohran Memdani versus literally anybody on the right. I'll give you another example, okay? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, need I say more? Pete Buttigieg, need I say more? Gavin Newsom, need I say more? Jasmine Crockett, do I got to say anything else? Do I got to say anything else? I don't think so. I don't think so. I could keep going, but that's the thing. I could keep going. But if you're on the right, sorry. I mean, it's not my fault you're surrounded by a bunch of Tom Tillises and Mitch McConnells. On the left, what do we got? We got John Ossoff. On the right, what do you got? You got dementia? At best? Dementia at best? Let me get at my little backup. But all right, folks and friends, if you are just tuning into the stream, please do take a moment of your time to share the live. If you're opposition, you're going to join the guest requests. To all of our friendlies in here, how you doing, you beautiful people? We're going to get up our first guest in just a minute. But again, if you are opposition, you're going to join the guest requests. Today, at around 11:15 a.m. Pacific time, 2:15 East Standard Time, we're going to be sitting down for a conversation with Congressman Ro Khanna. And I'm very excited about this. He's been working on something in regards with Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman from Texas, and so we're gonna be sitting down with him. So if you do want to tune in, feel free to stick around for that. Let's get up our first guest. This will probably not be that great of a conversation, and I recognize that, but that's okay. Because what the heck is wrong with Trump supporters anyway? Did you vote for Trump, yes or no?
Gay boy.
That's it, really? I never understood that. So, like, Trump supporters effectively can't tell you about rising costs, rising debt, rising inflation, or, like, rising unemployment. But what they can do is talk about, like, somebody else's sexuality. Like, if there's one thing Trump supporters can talk about, it's not the fact that food stamps are expiring November 1st, but it's definitely what you got going on in your pants. They're like, I mean, I swear to God, a Trump supporter out here really like this. Hold on. Let me show you. If there's, like, a Trump supporter, they always DL. Let me tell you. This is a Trump supporter. I may not be able to talk about rising costs because they are up. And yeah, I want to talk about the debt because that's up too. And sure, I don't want to talk about inflammation because of course inflammation's up. But you know what I want to talk about? I want to talk about what's in those pants. That's pretty much how a Trump supporter goes. Like, let me tell you, if Trump supporters are good at talking about one thing, it's what you got in your pants. That is it. That is it. That is it. I have never seen people obsess more about somebody else's gender and sexuality than, like, a Trump supporter. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's continue with these conversations and see if they could have a holiday conversation. Nope, not that one. Okay, next up. No, but it is so for real, though, isn't it? I've never seen people obsess over, like, somebody else's sexuality and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And, like, it's not even, like, homophobic. Like, because they're DL, you know? Like, it's always the ones who are DL that are, like, homophobic. They're not homophobic. They're just closeted. You know what I'm saying? Like, every time that they say the F slur or something, I'm like, oh, you're in the closet. Plus, they always have the most, like, you know, like, the voice. They always have the voice. Like, the guy who was just up here sounded more than me. Like, what was that? He's like, yeah, hey, boy. Girl, I got news for you. I got news for you. Guest, did you vote for Donald Trump, yes or no?
Yes.
And how old are you?
19.
And what are your thoughts on the government shutdown? I feel like that's probably a good place to start.
I want to talk about his conservative opinion about abortion. I want to give you my formal argument to why I think it's morally unjust. It's based on Aristotelian metaphysics. Aristotle's 4 causes. Can I give you my formal argument to why I think it's morally unjust?
Girl, I'm already bored.
Okay.
I'm already bored. What was that? What was that? Huh? He's girl. Thank you, Bill Nye. What was that? He said, I would like to give you my metaphysics, astrobiotics engineering background in regards to abortion and the hypotenuse of Aristotle. And when it comes down to the cat in the hat taken by the Pythagorean theorem, you divide it into 3 quadrants and you have the abortion. You take the abortion and then you move it into the separate sector to which a woman seeks that right, but the right be not. For if you see, Aristotle said in 3-81 BC that if we took the hypotenuse and divided it by 2, divided by 2, divided by 2, divided by 2, you would see that that is not fair. Okay, so, like, as much as I want to hear about all that, I don't. So let's get back to why you voted for Donald Trump.
Yes, because of his conservative opinion about, like, abortion.
So let's just start with this. What's your weekly cutoff? Like, for reproductive health care, the consensus under Roe v. Wade was that the weekly cutoff would be somewhere between, like, 18 to 22 weeks. That's roughly, and 18 is, like, very conservative, but 18 to 22 weeks was the cutoff for the national consensus. That's what most states agreed on. What was your cutoff?
I want it banned every week except for the life of the mom exception. Now, like, can I finally give you my formal argument to why?
I don't really care about the formal argument. Can I be honest with you?
Can you? This is a debate.
Yeah, it is a debate. But is it, the same way that you say you want to hear the argument from Aristotle or whatever, so be it, I feel like is the same way that I could say, I don't care about this philosopher.
Can you, like, stop declining my, like, argument?
Is honesty not the best policy?
I mean,
I feel like I'm being honest, right? You're saying that you want to talk about some philosopher who is irrelevant, and I'm saying I don't really care what he had to say. Right?
It's not. I'm using his 4 causes philosophy to...
Oh, I don't really care about that. I care about the science.
You, like, say that's morally unjust.
Yeah, but I care about the science, right? Like, for example, you just said that you want to... this is why I think it's important. Engage with me on this. Trust me on this. Just bear with me. This is why I think it's important for us to trust the science instead of some sort of philosopher, to which, while I'm happy you studied this and so be it to build out your argument, it's kind of irrelevant. For example, you said that you wanted to ban abortion in any extent at the core of conception without even giving them maybe, like a 6-week heartbeat bill is as extremist as we have ever seen, but you're even more extreme than that. Why? What is it that you value in the undeveloped fetus? For example, at 0 weeks to week 1, this is a zygote to which lacks sentience, a heart, a brain, and consciousness. So what do you value?
I value that it has a teleological predicate to like rational life and like rational
Please
flourishing.
stop. Just like guy to guy, I'm smarter than you. Right? I have the background in the Ivy League education and I have my master's. I get that. I don't need to talk as though I'm smarter than you, though. I can break things, like the smartest people can break things down in a comprehensive method to ensure that other people can comprehend what they're saying. They don't need to speak in a way to which is more intellectual or sounding as though they're fancy-pantsy to sound smarter. You don't need to do that. Just take a step back, stop trying to try so hard, if you will, and like speak coherently. Again, the smartest people in the room are the ones who could break things down for other people to understand. They're not trying to sound smarter than everybody else, okay? So take a step back. Effectively, what I understood from what you just said, and if I misunderstood, then that's my point, is that you're saying you value the potential for life. Would that be right or wrong?
No.
Okay, see, so now this is my point. So take a step back and speak coherently.
No. I value the fact that it has a natural order towards like rational life and like
okay, so like potential for life. Why'd you just say no? Why, when I said so you value the potential for life, you said no, and then you literally just repeated it, but all you did was throw in a few extra words to spice it up.
It like already has a life.
Right, but I'm asking you what you value about that life, and you're not able to tell me what you value about that life, which is the problem.
I am.
Again, what is it? So here's, I'm going to say this again. I'm saying, what do you value about that life? And you're saying it's a life. And I'm saying, right, but what do you value about that life? And you're saying it's a life. So again, the issue here is, for example, we as humans, we as people, don't value all life. You ate a fish. You've eaten fish. A fish does not have sentience or consciousness, so we don't value a fish, and we'll eat a fish. But for example, a zygote, to which also lacks...
I don't know why you're straw-manning me.
Just a moment.
This has nothing to do.
No, I'm giving you an example because you're obviously not seeing the issue. So again, a fish, you'll eat. You don't value a fish. We throw them into tanks. You have a fish that lacks sentience and a consciousness. But for a zygote, you're saying that even though it does lack sentience and a consciousness and a brain and a heart, that you value that more than the fish. I'm asking you, what is it that you value about this zygote? And it sounds like what you're trying to say is that you value its potential to become a human being, but that you don't want to say that for some reason. So I don't know. I guess I'm trying to understand.
I value the teleological predicate to like rational life and like
right, but it's not life. It's a zygote. It's a zygote to which life is as valuable as the skin cells on my arm, but you're not regulating my right to scratch my arm, taking out an entire village of skin cells to which lack sentience, consciousness, a brain, and a heart to the same end as the zygote.
Like skin cells do not have a teleological predicate to like rational life.
Okay, so let's try this again. You're saying that the zygote, do we agree that that zygote has the potential to become life, but is not, at this stage in development, a life of value? It is lacking of sentience, lacking of consciousness, brain, and a heart. Do we agree or disagree? And if we disagree, why?
I told you why it has value.
No, you
though
didn't.
it isn't.
You just keep saying because it has
I did.
potential to become life. You keep repeating the same thing over and over again. That's not how you debate.
I told you why it has value.
No, you didn't. You keep saying it has value because it's a life, but it's not a life of value. See the issue? Again, you convince me it's a life of value.
It has value because first it has rational nature and it has
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It never does until it's born. See, that's the issue. Again, you're trying to create the situation to which you say, for example, that is definitively going to become a human baby. No, it's not. You never know that. You could have a miscarriage. So taking a step back again, I'm going to ask you one more time. Just a moment. Stop. One more time. I'm going to ask you again. I want you to convince me that this zygote that lacks a heart, brain, consciousness, and sentience is a life of value. Because for me, this is not a valuable life, for it is not a life. for it is a zygote. To which if I look at my arm, I have skin cells on my arm, to which are as lifelike as that zygote. They lack a brain, heart, consciousness, and sentience, but they are alive. And when I scratch my arm, I just took out skin cells, as you could indeed then take out a zygote. Just a moment. Just a moment. I then look at a fish. A fish lacks sentience and consciousness. You don't value a fish, so now to me you're a hypocrite because you don't value a fish. You'll eat it. But you look at a zygote, to which is even less sentience and consciousness than a fish, but you'll do nothing to create an equal exchange between the fish and the zygote. And then finally, just a moment. See, here's my issue, is I'm explaining my stance, and you're not listening. No, what you're doing is preparing to cut me off with your stance. Do you see that issue? So, like, I know that you're not listening or preparing a response to what I'm saying because your response is already out. Like you have your response. Erase your response. Forget it. Delete it. Control-Alt-Delete that response from your brain. Listen to what I'm saying, and then listen to respond. Listen to respond and comprehend what I'm saying. Don't just respond with whatever you're going to respond with that you got from ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm going to say it again. To me, that zygote lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness. So do the skin cells on my arm. We don't value the skin cells on my arm. You're not regulating my right to scratch my arm, eliminating an entire village of skin cells. That's issue 1. So that's hypocritical. Hypocrisy 2 is you don't value, for example, a fish, to which is sentient, but it lacks the effective sentience to that of a human being and consciousness. You don't value a fish, but yet, by all logic, that fish is more of a life than that zygote. So then that's when you say, what's the potential to become a human life? Sure, okay. But so does sperm. Sperm has the potential to become a human life, but you're not regulating a man who ejaculates for self-pleasure. So there's all of these ways to debunk your argument, but you just keep repeating the same thing. So I want you to engage in the conversation. And if you have a script from ChatGPT, which it's starting to sound like you do, forget it. Just engage with the conversation if you can do that. Okay, so try to convince me why that zygote that lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness is valuable. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, one point on your hypocrite stance about the sperm. Okay, first of all, the sperm does not have four causes. So second.
Please talk through science and not philosophy. Speak on the science and not philosophy. Philosophy is not always science. Do we understand that? Philosophy could be, for example, the hypothetical or technological advances of science, but philosophy does not contribute to, for example, the definitive science. It's like a branch. We're talking about science. Science is science. Okay? It doesn't need 4 causes. I don't know what all of this is. No. Sperm is necessary to fertilize an egg to create a zygote. Without the sperm, there's no zygote. So if you are eliminating, for example, a zygote, and then that right there you claim, well, that was an elimination of a valuable life, then sperm, which is an ingredient to create that zygote, was just as equally valuable. And thus you should be regulating a man who ejaculates for self-pleasure. That's science. Okay? Okay.
Philosophy is my whole argument. So you can't kick me off.
Well, that's not my fault, man.
You not went to the philosophy. So
that's not my fault, man. Nobody talks through philosophy. People talk about science. You're saying you want to ignore the science and speak on philosophy. My guy, please.
Just say you can't have a philosophical conversation.
No, because it's irrelevant. Can you prove to me that philosophy in this extent would be more valuable to guide your opinions and shape your beliefs than that of literal science? Because you're going by a hypothetical in regards to philosophy, which is a branch of science. You're not going by the definitive science. For example, you just said, well, sperm can't be in regards to a zygote for it doesn't have the 4 causes of... Are you kidding me? Hi, my guy. How do you make a zygote? Sperm, egg. Without sperm, no zygote. Right? We're on the same page? Okay. See what I mean, everybody? Listen, when you're an intellectual individual, if you're a person of intellect, a person of intelligence, you don't need to act like you're smarter than everybody else. You can have a comprehensive conversation, okay? This is how old were you again?
19.
You might be a little young to figure that out. Maybe when you get into college, you'll realize that the smartest people in the room are always the ones you can understand, okay? The ones who are the smartest in your classroom when you get to college are always going to be the ones who are the most comprehensive in the room. For example, tutors. Tutors are always the smartest ones in the room, aren't they? They're so smart that they could tutor others. And why are they so smart? Because when they tutor others, they break things down for other Americans, don't they? That's why tutors, right? Think of it like a tutor. You're trying to sound smart, and it's ruining your own conversation and your own case because you have a script on philosophy for some reason. You should be able to have a conversation. Like the fact that you keep going back to philosophy as I'm pulling you the fuck away from that because it makes no sense to use philosophy to guide a conversation on abortion, I think speaks volumes. Okay? Again, so I would just want to say it again. Perfect example, a tutor is the smartest one in the room, and they make the most sense to the point where they are not only the smartest, but they could teach others. Try that. Okay? So clearly explain your case here. You're telling me that you want to ban abortion outright, no exceptions, except for the life of the mother, but in rape and incest, you will support an anti-abortion stance. Explain to me why, as coherently as you can.
Because rape and incest, that does not get rid of the mom's rational life.
Define what you mean by rational life.
A rape and incest
Please
abortion.
first define what you mean by rational life. Because you've said rational 12 times now.
By rational life, I just mean the way that the humans can think, reason, think about the universe, and have morals and ethics.
Okay.
The way that we think.
Yeah. No, that was enough.
That was every other animal.
That's okay. I got it. So what's that called? That's called a life. Do you see how you're adding words to build out the argument as though you sound more intelligent? You didn't need to say rational life. You just needed to say life. Because all life, in regards to the human beings, to which we could use deductive reasoning to realize that that's who you're talking about, because you're not talking about the abortion of a cow, were you? You're talking about the abortion in regards to human beings and undeveloped fetuses. So you could just say life. You didn't need to say rational life. Do you see where you're adding in words to sound more intelligent? Please stop that. It's really annoying. You remind me of the kids during my freshman year who thought that they were better than everybody else because they were valedictorian, but then they ended up failing the class. Okay? So let's try this again. Can you explain to me why you want to ban abortion outright at 0 weeks when it's a zygote to which lacks sentience, consciousness, a brain, and a heart? Let's try this again. From the top.
Okay. Premise 1. If a being by its material, formal, efficient, and final causes is naturally ordered towards rational life, then
You're mumbling. Speak up and into the microphone.
Premise 1. If a being by its material, formal, efficient, and final causes is
it me? Do I need to turn up my mic?
Then it has a fundamental interest in the continued existence. Premise 2. A being under these four causes.
So now, ready? Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, because again, you're literally still. I feel like I'm being rage baited. So stop reading ChatGPT. This time, what we're gonna do is you're gonna break that down, put it into a 10-word sentence. There you go. Because again, my goal here is to take your argument, which you are not able to convey for some reason, and make sure that the over 1,000 people tuning in here right now can understand what you're saying, and they can't. 1, because you're mumbling. 2, because it sounds like you're on that morning after pill right now. Are you good? 3, they don't know what you're saying. Your goal is to convince them to be part of your mission. You're not doing that. So I give you 10 words in one sentence. Go ahead and tell me in 10 words what that just meant. Go ahead.
I can just define every word for you.
No, I would not like that. No, that's not. Oh my God, this guy is so bad at this. I understand. You're just effectively saying you value the potential of life. Okay, can you please just say that? I don't get this whole why are we doing this?
I value the natural order and
it's not natural order. It doesn't make any sense. You're saying natural order as though there's one defined natural order. But for example, you're ignoring the fact that natural order could lead to a miscarriage. So again, there's no definitive life.
I
feel like we're on the same page there. But it's not natural order by your textbook definition. So again, there are multiple extents as to how natural order could unfold. Natural order could consist of that miscarriage, but natural order could also consist of birth. You're ignoring the fact it could consist of a miscarriage, though. Because, for example, if the natural order was one definitive, well, who's to say that the one definitive isn't always going to be a miscarriage? In which case, by that logic, then what would you do? You would always have the abortion, would you not? So back to, I guess, again, I'll ask you one more time and we'll try this once more. And then at that point, I'm just going to give up on you because this is getting kind of, well, embarrassing. Without trying to sound like you're some philosopher yourself, just speak like a human being. Again, and keep in mind as we have this conversation that the smartest in the room are always the tutors. And what do the tutors do? They're always the ones to which can make the case the most comprehensive. They don't need to sound as though that they're the most of intellect because that's not their goal. Their goal is to teach others. You have 1,000 people in here who are still trying to understand what you believe, but you're purposefully making this difficult. And I understand what you're saying, because notice how I've been able to take what you're saying and I've been able to break it down to a comprehensive level where any American could understand, right? Because we're not all trying to read a ChatGPT script. We're trying to just have a quality conversation. We're going to try this again, okay? One more time. Because, for example, you took a 2-paragraph essay and I was able to say, okay, you're just saying you value life, which is that simple, right? Or, for example, you were saying some 2-paragraph essay about the natural order of life, and I was able to debunk that in one sentence. See how that's like? So we're going to try this one more time.
No, you didn't.
But it did. So you have a zygote,
didn't.
which is a single-cell organism to lack sentience, consciousness, a brain, and a heart. That's at week 1. Can you explain to me, why would you want to ban abortion outright for a single-cell zygote to which lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness, all the while, if you look no further than a fish, that fish, by your logic, would have more value in life than that of the zygote? Or, for example, if you look at the skin cells on my arms, to which meet all logical textbook definition to that end of a zygote. So if you could explain to me why you value that zygote, please do.
Johnny, it's not my fault that the chat is full of a whole bunch of dumb
No.
liberals. That's
Stop.
not my fault. I am not going to dumb myself
Let's not do
down.
that. Let's
I'm
not
just
do this.
not,
Stop.
so
Stop it. Let's not do this.
I am not going to
Let's
dumb
not do
myself
this.
down for dumb
Nobody
liberals.
of intellect runs around calling other people's dumb. Okay, the same way nobody of wealth runs around calling other people poor. You don't do that. You don't do that. Okay, if you want to act as though you're of intellect, you don't call every Democrat and Republican alike in the comment section dumb. That's inappropriate. That is not how somebody of intellect or somebody of respectable intellect acts. Because you just called every Republican and Democrat in the chat who is trying to understand who is trying to understand your stance on this matter, all the while you're not breaking it down. You are purposefully not doing so, which makes you dumb, because that means you can't take what you're trying to say and coherently express it to the majority of people tuning in. That's on you. That's on you. And mind you, that not only means that you lack intellect because you can't comprehensively break down your case to the American populace in the comment section, but you simultaneously lack the mental strength to retain yourself. Turning around and calling other people dumb because you're getting frustrated. I didn't call you dumb, did I? And you've been frustrating me because you're purposefully ignoring my directions to make this more comprehensive for those tuning in. Because I don't like, for example, when I see, and I won't name a name, but one host comes to mind who will have a conversation with somebody like you and nobody in the chat can understand what's happening. That doesn't make them dumb. That means that they're normal human beings who aren't sitting there burying their head in a textbook. Okay? Because fun fact, if anybody's the weird ones here, there goes my camera. If anyone is the weird ones here, it's going to be the ones who spend their life buried in a textbook. So it's our goal to make it comprehensive. Don't call people dumb. That's inappropriate. So let's try this again. Without crashing out, what is it that you value in that single-cell organism zygote to which lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and a consciousness? Go ahead.
The rational life and the rational flourishing.
Instead of rational, you said rational 12 times. Typically, for example, when you hear an individual use a word, it's their word of the day calendar. We called it in college. It was a word of the day calendar. For example, I know this girl, Kelly. Her word of the day was always perpetuate. I know a guy named Derek. His word was individualize. Yours is rational. Take the word rational and cut it out of your dictionary. I'm like giving you a crash course in debating. Take the word rational, take it out. You've said it 20 times. It's just life. There's no rational to it. You don't need to include the rational part. It's just life. It's just life. Okay? Try again. Go ahead. Without the buzzword.
There is rational life to it because of its natural
It's
order
life.
and its life.
No. The natural
Okay.
order could mean a miscarriage. So we're going to try this again. What is it that you
Yes.
value about the single cell organism zygote, which
I
lacks a
still
brain,
value the
sentience,
natural
consciousness,
order.
and a brain? Go ahead.
I
So
still
again,
value the
just a
natural
moment.
order.
The zygote lacks a brain, heart, consciousness, sentience. What is it that you value about the zygote?
I told you this 12 times. So
No, you
it's-
didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
So do it again.
Oh, okay. I value the fact that it has four causes that has a teleological predicate to rational life and like rational flourishing. I value, therefore, it has a fundamental interest.
It's
in
a
the,
single cell
continued
zygote that
existence.
lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness. There's no predicates here. There's no four causes or so be it. No, it's a single cell organism. It has as many predicates or causes to that end. For example, the fish that I mentioned in the prior discussion, that too lacks that brain, heart, consciousness, and sentience.
Wait, John.
The absurdity in your debate
You
here
are
is
strong
beyond
manning.
belief. Stop.
You are strong
Don't.
manning.
Let's not.
You're
Let's not.
strawmanning.
Stop.
You are.
You and I both know I'm not, so let's not play.
You
There's no
are.
reason for this.
No,
There's
wait.
no reason. You know and I both know very well this isn't a straw man. Knock it off.
Can I explain
Let's-
why you are strong
What I
manning?
would no, I'm not interested.
Nope.
What I would like you
It's
to do
because
is just coherently explain what is it that you value about the zygote. Let's try it again from the top.
you strawman me because
Oh my God.
there is not more
This
than
is
four
arrogance.
causes. You just lied.
I'm not interested.
In Aristotelian
Just a-
metaphysics,
Please stop. Please stop. For the final time, we're talking about blatant science, not hypotheticals. Okay, I understand you have a ChatGPT. From what I understand here, chat, is that this is a guy who pulled a script from ChatGPT in regards to the philosophy of Aristotle, to which would be completely irrelevant to that end of the conversation on reproductive health care in the year 2025. For we know more science today than that of what we knew of yesteryear. He can't have a conversation on the science of today for the simple truth that he does not know it. Which is why when I'm asking him that, and mind you could hear the script for he uses the same sentence repeatedly, or uses the same word, for example, the buzzword rational repeatedly. What I want you to do is stop throwing around buzzwords. Okay? Metaphysics, please stop. Reproductive health care. Right now, I'm giving you a simple example. I want a simple response. The fact that you are making this purposefully difficult is a blatant showing of arrogance. I will ask you again. Explain to me. You have a single cell zygote at week 1, to which lacks sentience, consciousness, a brain, and a heart. While on the other hand, for example, you're saying that while you value that life or the potential to become life as a single cell zygote that lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness, that you do not value the skin cells on my arm, although they too meet the definition of a zygote, for they lack the brain, heart, sentience, consciousness. Or you do not value, for example, the life of a fish, to which actually has more sentience than that of the zygote. So my question to you is, why? If you repeat the same ChatGPT script you have again, we're going to have a problem, okay?
John, how am I arrogant for calling you out?
Please
on
answer my
something that you
question.
did? No,
What you're
am I-
doing right now is
John,
arrogant.
John,
This is arrogant.
John, how am I arrogant
This
for
right
calling
here
you
is
out
arrogant.
on a straw man when
This is
you just
arrogant.
butchered
You claiming
Aristotle's
something is,
philosophy,
excuse you. No.
which my argument is based around.
No,
That's not arrogant.
No.
It is
Calm
teaching
down.
you.
No, this is arrogant. You claiming that you're, for example, teaching somebody else on something to which is completely irrelevant to have to do with reproductive health care is issue 1 of arrogance. Issue 2 in regards to arrogance is you, for example, turning around and claiming that others are dumb, as you did to me, and those in the chat of both Republican and Democratic background alike, reflects on you as arrogant, for you are dumb. For you do not understand how to break down your case to a comprehensive level. For example, is it that you're mumbling through your words and using words to which you do not understand, and for that is the reason why people don't understand what you're saying? Yes, but what do you think through arrogance is that you're actually the most intelligent in the room, and that is why people know not what you speak. No, it's your fault. And then issue 3, arrogant in the extent that I've asked you repeatedly to answer a very simple question, but you clearly don't understand the very simple question to be able to offer a coherent response. Now, I just asked you a question, and I'm going to trust that you are at minimum smart enough For you seem to believe you are smart enough to respond to that question now. Please do.
I answered it 20 times.
You did not. Chat, did he answer the question?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, hold on. I just want to confirm. I'm going to ask the chat. Just a moment. I'm going to ask the chat if you answer the question, and then the first person who says yes, I'm going to bring them up here, and I want them to tell me your answer. Okay? Because I'm going to have whoever comments yes come up here, and they're going to tell me what you were trying to say, because I want to know if they actually understood it or not.
I mean, my friend is watching right now, so like
That's great.
he could come up.
That's
so,
fine. I don't need your bestie. He said, can I phone a friend? Okay, so it looks like in the chat, the overwhelming consensus is you didn't. And the only person who said you did, I invited them up and they declined the invite. So I'm going to assume you didn't actually explain a comprehensive response to what I said. So we're going to try this one more time. But I do want to explain that the consensus here is that you're the problem. Okay, that's the arrogance, right? Because you definitely don't think you are, but you are the problem. You don't think you are, but the common denominator here is you. If nobody understands what you're saying, then that doesn't make everybody dumb. That makes you dumb. So let's try this again. Can you explain to me the value of a single-cell organism zygote to which lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness? To that end, therefore, is by all logic less valuable than a fish to which does have sentience, or for example, that of the skin cells on my arm to which also lack sentience, consciousness, a brain, and a heart. Please give me a coherent response to that. Good luck.
I value the fact that it has a fundamental interest in the like continued existence, rational life, and like rational flourishing.
What did we speak about on the word rational? What did we say about rational? What did I say? It's just life. We don't need to use the buzzwords. This is a crash course, everybody. Teaching the next generation how to debate.
It is what we value in humans.
And I appreciate that. But what you value in a human is not able to be valued in that end of a zygote, for it is not a human. We agree that a zygote is not a human being, correct?
Even if I concede on that.
I just want to confirm. Hold on. No, don't say even if and then ignore the question. It was a very simple question. I said, do we agree that a zygote is not a human being? Yes or no?
Okay, I will concede on that.
Great.
That still does not cover the fact that I value the fact that it has a theological predicate to like.
No, you value that it has the potential to become life. Everybody in the chat understands that what you're trying to say is that you value it has the potential to become life, but you're repeatedly not engaging with that conversation for some odd reason, and it's because you know what my next response will be. Yes or no, or you trust, like just simply put, are you trying to say that you value that it has the potential to become life, but you're throwing in repeated buzzwords in an attempt to make it sound as though it's a more intricate and detailed argument than thereof? Yes or no? Yeah, that's what I thought.
This is not buzzwords. It's not.
That's what I thought. Okay, so you're saying you value the potential to become life.
This is just basic philosophy.
I'm going to say this again. So you're saying you value the potential to become life, yes or no?
Wow,
I really got him tongue-tied on this one. So you're saying you value the potential to become life, yes or no?
I value the potential for it to become rational in life. There's a massive
the buzzword's so unimportant. Can we ban the word rational from your dictionary? Okay, the same way, again, that Kelly's buzzword was perpetuate and that Derek's buzzword was individualize, you don't need to be doing that. You don't need a buzzword, okay? I know. Your professor said it one day and you were like, I like the way that sounds. It's a multi-syllable word to which I can use to engage and advance my conversations. So I'm going to put it into every other sentence that I use to put forth my argument. You don't need to do that. Okay?
It's because this is what my argument is.
No, using the word rational. For example, a good example, just to show you how you communicate. I come from the background of mass communications. Obama said, that was his buzzword. His buzzword was the, So when you listen to an Obama speech, he has, right? You're putting rationale at every other word. Knock it off. It's annoying. It's not even making sense anymore. You're just throwing rationale into anything you can.
You are asking me a question.
Please, don't fight me on this. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in fighting you on something that's evidently clear. Okay? Second, let's talk a little bit about that then. So you value the potential to become life. Okay? Explain to me then, by all logic, how did that zygote, first and foremost, become said zygote? Through sperm and through a fertilized egg. Without said sperm, you could not have said fertilized egg create a zygote. So then would you not take this back one step further and regulate the body there of a man to ensure that, for example, when they ejaculate for self-pleasure, that they don't inevitably waste the potential to become life, there being sperm? Are we on the same page?
Like just do the appeal to science and then say life begets, and then say that life begets that conception, because that's what most biologists say. So
No, but you're not valuing life.
Appeal to science.
But you're not valuing life. You're valuing the potential to become life. Sperm, by all logic, has the same potential to become life as there in a zygote, because you can't have the zygote without the sperm.
There is a massive
This is like saying you value a cookie, but you don't value the eggs that it took to make the cookie. You need the eggs to make the cookie, so you should also value the eggs. No, I'll say this again. Okay, but I'll say this again. So one more time. This is like saying that you value the cookies, but you do not value the eggs. No, you don't value the eggs that it took to make the cookies, but you don't have the eggs then to make the cookies. So there's no cookie without the eggs. So I'll say this again. You value the zygote, for it has the potential to become life. Without the sperm, there was no zygote. Please stop.
Say it right.
We took that word out of your dictionary. You are no longer permitted to say rational. You're not even using it right. You're not even using it right, so stop. I will say this again. A single-cell zygote to which lacks a brain, heart, sentience, and consciousness, you are saying that you value the potential for it to become a life. Understood. It also has the potential to become a miscarriage. That's issue 1, so your argument's already debunked. For that is the natural order of life, a miscarriage. But you're ignoring that. Issue 2 in the case. You are not valuing, for example, the sperm, to which also has the potential to become life, as it takes the sperm to create the zygote the same way it takes eggs to create a cookie. But you value the cookie without valuing the eggs that it took to create the cookie. For if you have no eggs, you have no cookie. So then, you're already a hypocrite. So my question to you is simple. Why not regulate, therefore, a man's body when he ejaculates for self-pleasure, for example, wasting countless potential lives, as that sperm could fertilize eggs and create zygotes?
Okay, let's go step by step.
It was no step by step. It was a very simple question I just asked you, but it seems that this is your attempt to pivot away from my question.
With your first reductio.
No, my first question was a very simple one. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think you think I'm the one, and I'm not. I'm not interested. I asked you a very simple question.
Can I respond to your first reductio?
No. Just a moment. Stop. Lisa, thank you for the whale diving. That is beyond kind. W's in the chat for Lisa. Stop. My question was very simple. What you're doing right now is a simple tactic in regards to, I guess a failed debating mechanism, to which only works in those to that end who are ignorant. You're attempting to say, well, Johnny, let me approach this step by step, to which step 1 will be a pivot from what the original argument was. What I would like is, no, absolutely not. I know what you're doing, and I'm not interested. No, you may not. Do you understand what I said? No, you may not. So great. Back to what my question was. You may respond to my question. I am not. You may respond to my question. Do you understand me? You're acting as though you're misunderstood. Is there something you misunderstood? As you say what repeatedly?
It's because...
Is there something you misunderstood? When I said no, you're going to answer my question.
It's because...
You're going to answer my question. No, I did not. My question was simple. Please answer my question.
You made one.
There's a reason you're not answering my question, and it's because I locked you into a box. Is that right?
You made one debunk on
I asked you a question. I would like you to answer my question.
Can I respond to that reductio?
I would like you to answer my question.
So you were not even...
It was a very simple question.
Debunk.
Okay, listen very closely to me. Do you hear me? Do I have your attention?
Yes.
Good. Okay. You have asked me now repeatedly if you could take this step by step, to which I explained. I'm well versed in this, and I understand that when you do so, step 1 will be a pivot, to which will branch off into a separate conversation, debate me in a different direction than the question thereof I just asked you. And why? Because the question I just asked you debunked your entire conversation, to which excuse you, just a moment. I was asking if I had your attention, and you said yes. What, were you lying? Do I not have your attention? Okay, so I would like an answer to my question. I would not like you to double down on that whole, what? You're saying I can't? Yes, the answer was you may not. Now answer the question, and then we could pivot off into whatever you want. Answer my question. Though I will trust that you probably don't remember what the question was, because again, you weren't listening to respond to my question, were you? Go ahead.
You are making a debunk, and then you're not even letting me respond to it. Like, okay.
I gave you a conclusion. Please answer the question to which was my conclusion. I'll wait.
Will you let me respond to your first reductio?
Did you miss what I said when I said no
Will you
repeatedly?
let me respond to your first reductio?
The answer was no,
Okay.
because there was none. There was a question at the end of
Yes,
my
it was.
conclusion to which you'll respond to.
You made one.
The
debunk
answer
first.
was, effectively,
Yes, you
to
did.
everybody tuning in, here's what's going on here. I broke down the argument in a very comprehensive manner, to which I offered a conclusion on why he is a hypocrite in the extent to which he claims he values this potential to become life through natural order when all natural order could lead to a miscarriage. To the same extent, I broke down the hypocrisies, explaining to that end of, for
Yes,
example, a
that's it,
zygote, to that end of a zygote, or for example, sperm, both having equal potential to become life. For therefore, if you say that you support cookies and you value a cookie, you can't then say you don't value the eggs that it took to make the cookie. You should value that equally, for you had no cookie without the egg. But this individual here is saying purposefully that he wants to get away from that conclusion. He wants to get away from that line of questioning and would rather pivot off into a separate line of questioning to which he'll guide when I'm not interested. I would like answers to my questions, but he's purposefully not doing so, which brings me to the conclusion, actually, that you don't know where to go from here. And so this is you refusing to concede effectively. And that's fine.
Make reductios and then say
There was no
no.
reductio, please
You
stop.
can't
There was no reductio, please
yes,
stop.
you did.
No, there
Yes,
wasn't.
you
There was
did.
a conclusion.
As soon as
I'm
you
not playing
started,
with you on it.
you-
I know. You're
you
saying,
made
John,
first
just a moment.
debunk.
I've
Yes, you
counted
did.
now. You've said reductio 13 times. Understood. Issue 1, there was none. Issue 2, you're going to now
Yes,
say there
there
was one. Let me explain it to you when I don't want to hear it. What I want to hear is an answer to the question at the end of my conclusive reasoning in regards to why you're a hypocrite. Can you answer the question I had for you if you remember the question? Though I trust you probably don't, and he ran away. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Right, because you didn't want to concede. That's what that was. Is I brought you to the conclusion on the matter and you didn't want to concede that you're a hypocrite. It was that you didn't want to regulate a man's body, even though that the sperm has equal potential to become life, but rather that end you would want to regulate a woman's body, for she carries the zygote. That was the absurdity of the matter. To the same end, for example, you'll say that you'll value the cookies if the woman has the cookies, but even though that the men had the eggs to which created the cookies, you don't value the cookies it took, or the eggs to create the cookies. See the issue? Yeah, I hate that. And let me say this again. Nobody of intelligence will run around calling other people dumb like that. You don't turn around. Like, there's a big difference here. There are ignorant people out there, don't get me wrong. But to turn around to a group of over 1,000 people and say, all of you are too ignorant because you don't understand what I'm saying. No, to that guest, you were not explaining your case properly in a comprehensive method, for you knew not what you spoke yourself. You were so confused as to what you were saying that you were confusing everybody else in the room. Anyway, to everybody tuning in, please do take a moment of your time to share the live. If you haven't already, in the top left-hand corner of your screen, please do hit that follow button as well. Feel free to join our little community. We have great conversations here every single day. Very interesting conversations, I might add. We're going to get up our next guest. Interesting. Guest, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, yes, I did.
And how old are you?
I'm 24.
All right, so are you happy with what you're seeing from Trump?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. And what are your thoughts on everything going on? Where do you want to take the conversation from here? It's up to you.
I agreed with his policies on immigration. I agreed with the tariffs. I agreed with the pro-life outlook. I agreed with trying to end birthright citizenship. I agreed with that. I also did the comparison between his first term and Biden's term to really determine voting-wise on who was a better economic candidate. So that was just a lot of the voting influence that I had going into this voting and why I chose the way that I did.
Okay, so what point would you like to discuss? And we'll go from there.
Let's start with immigration.
All right, so why, in accordance to your beliefs right now, would you stand with Donald Trump when it comes to immigration? Assuming for all logic, like we're also talking about deportation when we're talking about immigration, like we're talking about like all the keywords, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The key word that I looked for was illegal immigrant.
Okay,
That
what's
was
an
the
illegal?
word that I looked for. those who are undocumented who cross the border illegally, not trying to seek asylum within the country, those who have just tried to come in and just take citizenship without going and doing the legal process.
Okay, I hear you. So you're saying that by this administration's current policy, that an undocumented immigrant who crosses the border in an undocumented capacity is therefore committing a crime, and thus by having committed said crime, they're an illegal. Would that be right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so then by your logic too, Donald Trump's an illegal, for he committed the crime of fraud, or he committed the crime on 34 felony counts for falsifying business records, checks, and statements, as ruled by a unanimous jury of 9 of his peers appointed by his Republican lawyers. So therefore, since the president is also a criminal, he then meets your same definition to that end of an illegal. So it's illegal Trump, unless you're saying that this only applies to undocumented immigrants, to which then that's discriminatory and the epitome of saying the N-word to a black American, right? Are you using it as a slur, or are we using the word illegal across the board?
I'm using the word illegal across the board.
Okay, so then Trump's an illegal.
He won appeal twice on that case that you brought up.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. And
there was no
in the
appeal
New
on the
York
falsifying
case,
business records, checks, and statements. When the 34 felony counts, for example, if he won an appeal, why is he still a felon?
So he got found civilly liable, not actually convicted of anything.
Different case. The 34 felony counts are in a criminal court.
Same. It was not criminal. It was civil.
A felony is so the felony has to be criminal. A felony is criminal. It's not civil. You won't have felonies in a civil court. The felony's from a criminal court.
You can though, especially when we're talking about business felonies.
No,
it's called blue collar. It's called a
no. This is a white collar crime. This is a white collar. Wait, I feel like I'm being trolled. Falsifying business records is white collar, not blue collar.
Sorry.
Okay, let's take a step back. I'm not judging. I want to be clear. I'm not judging you. I'm just explaining. You're combining the two cases, and that's easy to do because one is civil fraud and one is falsifying business records, checks, and statements. Civil fraud was in a civil court. That's why it's civil, right? The falsifying business records, checks, and statements, that's criminal court. And those were 34 felony counts. He couldn't appeal that. That's set in stone.
Yeah, in which he made a payment. He wrote down a payment 34 times incorrectly, correct?
Well, not incorrectly. He did so knowingly, making falsified business records, checks, and statements. So if he wrote a check and it was falsified for the improper amount on their end of maybe like a loan, that was knowingly. And 34 counts, well, then this was a pattern. And he didn't really fight that. So.
That's funny because he literally is suing the DOJ for the exact amount that he got sued for in that same case.
He is suing the DOJ for the same amount that it was for that ballroom, though. He is suing for the same amount as that ballroom.
The ballroom's $250, right? $250 million was what he quoted.
Mind you, though, not to pivot, but in regards to the money he owes him for the civil trial. So, I'm Johnny. I'm the guy who coded the website that had tracked Donald Trump's debt down to the penny. I worked with a team of accountants to navigate how much he owed. It wasn't $250. By the end of that trial, he owed, from where I stopped counting with my team, was approximately $400. So it was astronomically higher than what had been reported to the press. And furthermore, so that kind of like debunks that argument there. That's why I wanted to explain that. But the amount that Donald Trump is looking for restitution from the DOJ is the same amount he owes from the ballroom. So that's my question for you. Does that not sound a red alarm for you?
I guess this really just depends because he says that he has donors and he says that he has all this money already invested into it. So why would he come back and sue the DOJ for the money that he just invested into the same ballroom?
Right. I don't even need to answer. You said it. You said it.
You see how that can like? Why would he need to sue for the money for the ballroom?
Right.
Why would he need to do that?
Keep going. Why would he need to do it? You got it. There's no reason to stop there.
Well, I'm asking you. Like that's my question.
You know what you're talking about.
Why would he? Why would he?
You got it on the nail. The only reason. Listen. The only part to which you're not, like you're. Just take it one step further. Call him out on it. You're literally saying it. You're saying Donald
Are you
Trump just gave
are you
200.
insinuating that he may be trying to sue the DOJ and to return the money that he's investing into the ballroom?
See,
Is
you
that
and
what
I
you're
are on the same
insinuating?
page because you're the one who said it. I am agreeing with you. You're the one who just said it, though. You said Donald Trump just gave 230 some odd million dollars to as a donation from him and his friends to our government for a ballroom. But then why would he need to sue the DOJ for the 230 mil? Maybe to get the money back. I mean, this is kind of like for anybody tuning in who's not understanding, because this guest just clocked it. Whether you want to admit it or not, you clocked that perfectly. This is the ballroom, everybody. This is the money. Donald Trump effectively said, here's a ballroom for you guys. This is for you. And my donors and I are going to use our money to pay for it. However, we're actually going to be the ones using the ballroom. Y'all are probably not going to be stepping foot in it, realistically. So I'm going to hold on to it. But also, I believe that our government owes me money for something else to the same exact amount that I just donated to the government. So I'm just going to take that money back from something else. Okay, so now who paid for the ballroom and who has the ballroom? He has the ballroom and he has the money. Also, I think that a president suing its own DOJ is wildly inappropriate. I don't care what you think that you were like, I don't care how you were wronged or so be it. That's totally inappropriate. And then third, why is he the one, like he's setting the amount? Do you know how crazy that is? Like the DOJ, like Donald Trump is the DOJ, that's his DOJ. His attorney general is setting the amount for how much they owe him. What? So he's saying this is how much the government owes me? That's crazy.
I don't agree with. Like that's one thing that I can say that I thoroughly don't agree with in this matter is that fact that the DOJ is ran by Trump and the fact that they kind of have to listen to Trump in this matter. That's one thing I can say I disagree with Trump on right now. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple other points that I disagree with Trump on. And I'm more than happy to bring those up as well.
Sure, go for it.
I mean, the acetaminophen thing was kind of a joke to me. To have the president come out and formally announce that acetaminophen could be the cause of all of this autism outbreak and basically treating it like a pandemic in a way and basically treating it like, oh, there's a cure for this when literally autism and acetaminophen have been around for almost just as long as each other. If not longer, autism on the spectrum being longer than running than acetaminophen through history. But to have RFK bring this to Trump and RFK tell him like, no, this is factual. This came from Harvard. This came from Cambridge. Like these were resources that we use to get this information. I didn't agree with that because it wasn't proven. It wasn't clinically trial proven to have given these causes to even give the hint that it might need a president to actually put a scope onto the issue itself.
Yeah, and I think in part a lot of it has to do less with the studies or so be it into it because there isn't a proven link on the matter, right? And we all know that. I think it really was in part maybe like a distraction from a larger scale situation. What I have a problem with is that distractions like that are kind of dangerous. Because, for example, for pregnant women, that really is one of the only things that they can take. And you're now swaying women away from being able to take something like that to kind of make their pregnancy more, oh, well, there goes my camera, pregnancy a little bit more comfortable, I think. And then the second thing is in regards to the Texas Department of Justice. We now have Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton suing Tylenol. What? Why are we wasting taxpayers' dollars in Texas to fund a lawsuit against Tylenol, all the while we know very well that there is no proven link? It's just very, very dangerous, I think. But that being said, where is it else that you do agree with Donald Trump? You know, you mentioned immigration, you spoke on tariffs. Is there one of those points you want to talk about, like the tariffs or Soviet?
I mean, the tariffs I'm more than happy to talk about. I agreed solely with the tariffs because before we had income tax in America, we had tariffs solely running and thriving our economy. And it was actually when America was considered and actually really considered the greatest country on earth is because we had the strongest middle class back then because we didn't have an income tax.
Okay, so first, let's see where we agree. Do we agree that the middle class Caitlin, thank you for the love there. That's Bianca, and I appreciate the battleship. Holy cow. Do we agree that the middle working class is the backbone of the economy, that they're first?
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay,
For sure.
so that's where we agree. Now, I think where we're going to disagree is how to get there. In part, when I look at tariffs, I see a pattern of them being inflationary on the working class. For we know that when Donald Trump, for example, puts a tariff on a country like China, while Chinese companies or companies to which are based in China will pick up that tab and then inevitably pass it down to the consumer to pay off the tariff. And that's kind of been the pattern here. So I think of, for example, companies like Lenovo, Apple, GoPro during Donald Trump's first term left the United States altogether because of Donald Trump's tariffs led to retaliatory tariffs. So Donald Trump, for example, put a tariff on Canada, and then Canada put the same tariff on us. And so the companies in America, like Lenovo, like Apple and GoPro, said, F this, and they went to Vietnam. They said, I don't want anything to do with Canada or the United States, screw this, and they left to Vietnam. That's a problem. But then also we see higher costs because of these tariffs. For again, the companies passed down the tariff to us, which is why so many people call them a tax. Coffee right now, and this is really where I think most people tuning in are going to feel this. Coffee is so expensive, it's insane. And like, we can't really go without that. The same way, like, you need to get a haircut. You can't not have coffee, okay? So when coffee is 14% more expensive right now because of Donald Trump's tariffs on coffee beans, that's a problem. But we also see it with beef. Beef is 50% more expensive. Vegetables are like 38.9% expensive. I think a lot of you folks in the chat will probably feel this as well when I say it. Left or right, you'll probably agree. Apples are a perfect example. Apples are so expensive right now. Like if you go to the store and you get an apple, it could be $1 to $2 for one apple. That's insane because it used to be by the pound. Now it's individual. They don't do it by the pound anymore. Now they're like, oh, you go to the store, instead of getting a bag of apples and weighing it, it's one apple has a set price. That's fucking crazy, but that's because of Donald Trump. I don't like that. And that needs to stop.
Okay. I mean, I get where you're coming from on the reciprocal tax, where it's 15%, 15%. A lot of these trade deals that are coming out, we're starting to see more of these reciprocal tariffs coming out where it's 15%, 15% across the board. But with the trade deals, we're getting $550 billion from Japan on the trade deal into our infrastructure, solely into our infrastructure as an investment, and then we're getting another $630 billion from the EU with no investment involved. They just committed to a 10-year deal with us in our solar department, actually. So they're going to start investing $630 billion every year into our solar for the next 10 years. That was the agreement that was based upon in August. August, I believe, is when that was signed. And we'll start seeing a lot of the changes from these start next year, because a lot of these were dated to start next year at the beginning of the next fiscal year. We have multiple free trade deals with India and the UK on steel and other materials that we need. I think we're still working out a deal with Canada for potash and other natural resources from Canada that we gain. We're also working out a trade deal with North Korea as well, for them to start buying some of our old military resources that we've had laying around. There's a lot coming into our infrastructure next year that a lot of people aren't seeing that has been signed in already.
Yeah, and I hear you. I'll say two things. The first thing, that doesn't help you and I, right? Because everything you just said there, great, but that's not to our benefit. That's issue one I have. I want my pockets and I want your pockets to be better off, but everything you just said is in our pockets. Then the second thing, for example, out of every deal that you had just mentioned, while they all sound great, they're not definitive. They're pledges. And the pledges to which we have already seen rescinded for their end, sorry, I'm talking too much. Hyundai, for example, made a pledge in the United States. They're attempting to rescind that pledge now. This is in the aftermath of numerous situations with Homeland Security, and so be it. But that's why we can't count our ducks in a row like before they're in the row, right? So, for example, that $550 some odd billion pledge from Japan, that's just a pledge. That's like a target. It's not an investment. this is what they would like to see happen, but there is no binding that says you have to make this pledge, which is issue one. See, Donald Trump tends to do this thing where he'll have a conversation. Thank you so much, Lisa, for the love. I appreciate that. And thank you as well to Dreamer. Donald Trump will do this thing where he'll say, I've delivered this deal without it actually having been anything more than just a conversation. Or he'll announce a trade deal, or so be it, to kind of force the hands of another country to now make that deal as they meet the pressure of the press. But like nothing's been delivered. So Hyundai's the perfect example. They had like a $21 billion investment in the United States, but then they ran into a tit for tat with Homeland Security, and they're trying to rescind that now. And then another example again was Japan. Japan with the $550 billion investment. Well, it's not an investment. It's a pledge. It's a target. They're saying that they would like to make that, but they don't have any binding. There's no contract. It's not definitive.
The contract was actually signed this year between Japan and Trump. I remember seeing the signing August or April of this year.
Nope. I'm looking at it right now. It's described as nothing more than a target or pledge rather than to...
From whitehouse.gov.
Yeah, but that's whitehouse.gov. So let's take that with a grain of salt, because whose website is that? The $550 billion is often described as a target or pledge rather than a firm enforceable obligation. Japanese officials view it as a cap on potential investments, not a guaranteed sum. Details on funding sources, likely loans from state-affiliated banks like the Japan Bank for International Cooperation, remain vague, with no timeline for full disbursement. So there's no binding. They're saying, well, we think we could probably make this investment, but there's nothing saying they're going to. And there's nothing saying that the amount that they told you is the investment you're going to get. There's no deal. There's no target. It's just a pledge. Which again is a problem, because the pledges that Donald Trump has been receiving are already being rescinded. For example, that pledge from Hyundai is being rescinded. So like that's an issue.
That was for the Indiana plant, right?
I don't know where it was going to be located. Because it might be confusing it. Was it Indiana plant?
I think it was the Indiana plant that you're talking about.
Could be. But so I think what we need to do is separate what Donald Trump says he's going to do from what he's already done. Because Donald Trump has a pattern of saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, when it should have already been done. I mean, he's been in office now for 10 months. He has the House, Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. If he's saying that we're going to do something, don't give him credit for that and applaud him. Give him credit and applaud for what he's already done. And if you're not seeing things to which he's already done to your benefit, then denounce him for that. For example, right now, because again, and I appreciate you bringing up these deals. And, we spoke about how we need more binding behind them, and so be it. Because again, I'm happy with those deals if there was binding, but it doesn't appear there is. It doesn't help us either. These deals are not going to benefit our pockets. So where we need to ask ourselves is, well, for you and I as working class Americans, we see right now higher costs on groceries. According to the Consumer Price Index, which is what defines the price, we see 3% higher costs on groceries. But then if you take into account Donald Trump's tariffs that we already spoke on, those are inflationary. We see 14% higher costs on coffee, 38% higher costs on vegetables, beef. And then we also see more debt, right? Donald Trump said he was going to cut the debt, but the debt right now projected to be up by $4.5 trillion, according to House Republicans. They told us that. We also know, according to the inflation rate defined by what is the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, that inflation is up by 0.5% right now compared to a year ago. So as a working class American, I maybe am not going to pay so much attention to the pledges on investments, to which we don't know if they will or will not definitively happen. But even if they were, I'm still not really going to pay attention to that because it's not for me. Maybe if somebody has investments in those stocks, that'd be great. But like for me, I don't have disposable income for stocks. I just want to feed my kids. So what do I get out of Donald Trump? Because as of right now, I have nothing more to look forward to than come November 1st, 42 million Americans losing food stamps. And come November 15th to the 20th, millions of Americans losing access to subsidies on the ACA that lower the cost of premiums. So I think that that's where folks really need to put their attention to and say, is Donald Trump really doing right for the working class, who you and I agreed are the backbone of the economy, or is Donald Trump more focused on the people who are already wealthy?
And I agree with a lot of the points that you brought up. I agree with a lot. But this is where the conversation gets into consumer rates, because when America was considered the greatest country on earth, we only had a 6% consumer rate. Our consumer rate right now is quadruple that times, right? We're at 26%, which means we use 26% of everything that the world uses on consumer goods alone. Um, and this is where I really agreed with Donald Trump, because his main goal when he was running presidency was to bring manufacturing back to the US, to try and bring jobs back, to try and bring costs down on everyday foods, to try and get us back into the standing with every other country when it comes to consumer goods, and being able to self-sufficiently handle ourselves if our currency ever did fail, which is another thing that I like to bring up, because Trump is the only president that has tried to reintroduce the gold standard as a net safety, and only as a net safety, meaning that if our fiat currency was to ultimately plummet and turn into nothing, we would still have a net safety budget to bounce our currency off of, right? Because then we have a safety net for our currency. It's backed by something. It's not just backed by how many bills that we've printed. It's actually backed by a physical asset.
Okay, I hear you. I will say, though, worth noting that in regards to consumer spending and in regards to the worth of the dollar, I think that as Americans, we should always want to invest in USD. And it's rightful for somebody to be a little agitated when you see a president, for example, invest in crypto. And the reason I'm bringing this up, everybody's 401ks are USD. So just side note, for anybody tuning in, every time you hear somebody say, not you, I'm not talking about you, I'm just saying like from the administration, every time you hear somebody in the administration saying we're investing in crypto, what they're like effectively saying is we're moving to a different currency. That's not what your entire 401k has spent decades building. Sorry, that's a problem. Issue 2, right now the worth of the dollar is down by 11%. And spending power is down too. So Americans have less disposable income on the working class level. That's not to say that multimillionaires and billionaires don't have spending power. Oh, I'm certain they do. I'm certain that they're spending more than they've done in decades. But we have a habit as a populate to group all of us together when it really is class versus class. For example, you and I are of different parties, but it doesn't matter, because you and I are either going to succeed together or we're going to be fucked together. Like, that's just what it is. When our grocery costs go up, they go up for both of us. When they go down for both of us. But for somebody of which is already wealthy, they're not dealing with those issues. So I would be curious in regards to disposable income and the consumer index in regards to those expenditures and where they're actually coming from, because they're not coming from us. So are they coming from them? Probably. Because the worth of the dollar right now is down by 11%. That's one. That's according to the Treasury Department. And then the second one is in regards to spending power. You and I have less spending power. We also have less disposable income. And I don't know that we could argue that. I mean, genuine question. Since Donald Trump has assumed office, do you find yourself spending more by choice, or do you find yourself spending more because of inflation is higher and costs are higher? Like, do you have more disposable income or no?
Oh, no, definitely. I agree with that point that I don't have more disposable income.
Me either. So where do we get the win? When does the economic win come through for us? Because I remember Donald Trump said he was going to cut our costs on day one, and well, we're 10 months in, and Donald Trump said he was going to cut the debt and inflation, and it's only gone up. And it doesn't even seem like he has an actual plan to do anything to solve this. Rather, he is just caring about his day focused on like a ballroom, for example. And for me, I have a massive problem with this, because while I disagree with those who voted for Donald Trump, they did so on the blatant premise and only premise that they were going to pay less. Like, I'm not going to lie, costs were high under Biden. But like, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. Just like,
Do you really want me to explain? Like, I'll go into the full detail of like what I saw during Biden's term that I didn't like, and what I saw during okay, so during Trump's first term, we saw an income growth across all three tax brackets: lower class gaining in 2,700, middle class gaining in 4,200, and higher class gaining in 6,400. Now, when we got into Biden's term under all the lockdowns, lower two classes actually ended up losing income every year. Lower class lost $1,200 in income. Middle class lost $2,400 to $2,700 in income, and top class was the only gaining class of 10,000. That was a big major play of income growth versus income loss. And another thing that I didn't like that Biden brought Harris into the equation, because if we're talking about politically correct people and people who do stuff by the book, Harris hasn't always done stuff by the book, and that was proven when she was attorney general and hid exculpatory evidence from a judge, and the judge even exercised that right and called her out on it.
So that part was already debunked, and I'm happy to come back to that part. I adore Kamala. I know her very well. Happy to have that conversation as to how that was already debunked. But taking a step back in regards to income, for example, if you look no further than like real median weekly earnings for full-time wage and salary workers, quarter 4 of 2019 was 1,170, while quarter 1 of 2024 was 1,180. So it went up $10, which is really nothing. But like over the course of 5 years from Donald Trump leaving office to President Biden, and this is pre-pandemic. I want to be clear, this is pre-pandemic. I'm not going to incorporate the pandemic because that would make Donald Trump look even worse than this. That's not fair. I'm not going to blame him for the pandemic. But like quarter 4 under Donald Trump in 2019, pre-pandemic, compared to President Biden leaving office, it shows that wages went up. Not only does it show that wages went up, it shows that people were making more money even when you adjust it for inflation. So like what you had said in regards to people's earnings, I don't know where those numbers come from, but that's not what I'm seeing here. And this is according to the Consumer Price Index, as well as the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Where did you get your numbers from?
That came from Congress.gov.
Was it like a Congress member? Or like...
Yeah.
Do you know which Congress member?
Mitch McConnell.
Oh, okay. Well, there's that. Yeah, sounds about right. But so looking at the numbers here, like I said, I see, for example, and this is right from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. So they'll define the wages, and so be it. Real median weekly earnings for full-time wage and salary workers, inflation adjusted, and it excludes the pandemic. So I'm taking quarter 4 at the end of Donald Trump's term pre-pandemic and comparing it to quarter 4 of President Biden. President Biden had a net increase of $10. So I feel like I could probably sway these numbers, I'll be honest with you, because I'm curious if that's what Mitch did. I'm not judging him for that. Like, as a Republican senator, it's his job to make his party look good. But I'm curious if he swayed the numbers. I'm curious if he included the pandemic baseline. I'm curious if he said, for example, let's compare.
I think he did when he did. That's why I said under the lockdown, because we saw a lot of small businesses end up going out of business because they weren't essential to what the government's eyes were. And so we did see a lot of income loss due to the lockdown circumstances that were given under Biden administration compared to Trump's, because Trump tried to keep America open while still trying to just keep people wearing masks, social distancing at 6 feet. But he tried to keep it open, whereas we saw under the Biden administration, he tried to keep it to only essential workers so that we could try and contain more.
I will say, in regards to that, first off, I want to know, I think it was March 13th of 2020. Yeah. Was it March 13th of 2020, chat, when we all shut down? I think that's what it was. Do you remember? Was that the date? I think that's when the shutdowns really happened federally.
March 2020.
Yeah, I remember. I was golfing. Yeah, I remember getting that message. I was working for, was he Attorney General? I was working for Josh Shapiro at the time. I think he was Attorney General. I remember getting those phone calls. I want to know, I remember that very distinctly. That was Donald Trump's shutdown. And he regretted it, but he did shut it down. What Donald Trump did here, and I'm saying this in the most nonpartisan way for everybody's awareness, what Donald Trump did was, prior to the pandemic, Obama had put into place a pandemic response team. Donald Trump effectively said, I don't think I need that. I don't think there's going to be a pandemic. And I don't really want a bunch of Obama appointees following me around. Not that weird to say, you don't want Obama's people in your administration. That's not weird. Most presidents typically will remove the last administration's people. So he said, get rid of them, but he never replaced them. And then he got a pandemic shortly after. And he said, well, fuck, okay, who do I turn to? And the administration said, well, you fired the people who were dedicated for this. So he put together a ragtag team of misfits who really did not have that much experience in this. Some of them were good, like Anthony Fauci. I know like there's a lot of controversy. Some people don't like him, so be it. But he was educated. He has an extensive background in administrations dealing with this sort of disease investigating and so forth. But they weren't focused on the economy. Like Anthony Fauci was not an economist. So he didn't have economists to guide him. So I don't know who gave him the advice, but somebody did, and it was bad advice. And he took it to shut down the government. And he did that. He shut down the small businesses lining our main streets without realizing that they'd be struggling to reopen. He shut down state governments. He got bad advice and he took it because there was obviously no economist in the room. That's my belief. And then he regretted it. And he said, well, fuck, now what? Okay, let's try to reopen this. And as he was reopening it, the variance in the disease was only getting more aggressive. So he was really combating, wow, I reopen and I lose more life. I close it down and the economy shudders to the point of no return. What do I do here? Well, obviously he lost re-election. Joe Biden comes in. And Joe Biden's first focus was, oh, we're going to keep it all shut down right now until we start saving some lives. The variants were becoming more calm. They were mutating for the better, not for the worse. Because I want to be clear, everybody, we thought those variants were going to, I'm saying this from a background on the government side, we thought those variants were going to get worse, not better. But they started mutating to where it was costing less lives, not more. So that's good. And then he was able to reopen. And he was able to bounce back our main streets. And he was making investments in small businesses. But I never agreed with those shutdowns. Like when I don't care if it was a Democrat or a Republican, it was Donald Trump who started those shutdowns. But the issue here is, and I think everybody will agree with me when I say this, if you want to do a shutdown in a city, that makes sense. Because you have a condensed region to which has a populate so expanded that those businesses can bounce back. Like they will always have business. So you can shut down a city if you want and reopen it a year later. It will be just as it was. But a small rural community that only has a few small businesses or like a few restaurants or so be it, they can't do the same. They can't pay rent for a year without getting any business. They don't have that kind of fund. It's not like a city. So they were kind of screwed. And I mean, my honest thought is if you were going to shut anything down, you should have shut down the cities, which is also where the variants and so be it were going to mutate, where like most of the disease was going to be. But like rural communities should have never have been shut down, period. They should have been an exception. They should have, none of that. It made zero sense to me why Trump had done that. But again, I think he got bad advice, but nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's where I agreed that like he started the shutdowns, but they weren't under the same circumstances. Like they weren't just too essential. It was only under the Biden administration that we really saw that you had to be an essential business and that they really carried out that motive of you had to be essential to be working right now because you had to be a part of everyday normal function.
No, I mean, it was a long time ago, but it was like 5 years ago, so maybe we're remembering differently, but it was also during Donald Trump's term, the same thing, like essential workers. If you were an essential, for example, I know at that point, like I was not considered essential, so I was sent home until they did make me essential, and then I was brought back to work. But like Donald Trump sent me home because I wasn't essential. I remember that.
Okay, I mean, we might be remembering it differently. I mean, that's going to I'm going to have to concede that point for right now until I come back with more evidence as to why I remember it that way. But on the next point, you said that the Kamala Harris thing had been debunked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to hear about that.
Yeah, you were saying that she had been withholding evidence from an individual, right?
She had withheld exculpatory evidence from a judge when she was AG.
Yeah, can you show me a source on that case?
I mean, I'd have to teacup for a minute to go pull the source.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, to everybody tuning in, I got to say a couple thank yous here. First and foremost, Samantha, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Said thank you for what you do. Please tell the guest that this is for the last guest, to be clear. This is for the last guest. Said, please tell the last guest that my humanity and rights are not up for debate. Abortion saved lives. End the story. W. Lou, thank you for the $5 contribution. I appreciate it. And yeah, that last guest, the last one, who was like on the philosophy subject or so be, had no idea what he was talking about. Megan, thank you so much for the $10 contribution. What the fudge? Said, I got beat up by a patient yesterday and it was less painful than listening to that guest on philosophy. I don't blame you for saying it. I don't blame you for saying that. Y'all, to everybody tuning in, hi and welcome to the stream. I'm Johnny. I'm a Democratic activist and strategist based out of Pennsylvania. My work surrounds campaigns and administrations from the State House to the White House, whether serving as President Biden's regional director, Governor Josh Shapiro's social media manager, so be it. If you want to support my efforts, both in person and online, feel free to do so. My link is in my bio where it says support Johnny here. Any contribution made allows me to continue the efforts of traveling the country, which is what I've been working on, to document Donald Trump's unlawful National Guard deployments and his ICE raids. When Donald Trump deployed the Guard to Los Angeles, I was in Los Angeles. When he deployed the Guard to D.C., oh, we're back. Hello?
Yeah, so the Marshall Project is the news source who originally covered it, but it was a 2010 case of a man called Kevin Cooper, and she had gotten found to have withheld exculpatory evidence from that court case, and she was called out by the judge for that court case. It's in the court transcripts itself.
I don't see anywhere here that she was hiding evidence. Do you know what the evidence was?
No, I'm not particular on the evidence itself that was withheld. I just remember seeing on the same the Marshall Project that they had the actual court transcripts PDF there, and was able to look at where the judge had called her out on that.
I also don't see any evidence of this. Like, I'm looking for any mass agencies that covered it, and I don't see it. So you don't know what the evidence is. And I also can't find any main sources to which, for example, like NBC, BBC, PBS, NPR, New York Times, USA Today, even Fox News. I don't see anybody covering this. Are we sure that this is an accurate story and not just, for example, like clickbait?
No, this was accurate. This was the
I know you're saying you think that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. But what, like, for example, can you read the transcripts to us?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay. Was this 2010? Is that what we're thinking back to?
Yes, this was a 2010 case.
Okay, because what I'm seeing here is, here's what I got, folks. This is according to the Sacramento Bee. I think that was right. A police crime lab technician was accused of stealing a substance from evidence samples, potentially tainting hundreds of cases. Internal memos in Harris's office flagged Madden as undependable for testimony and noted lab sabotage concerns. Under the Supreme Court Brady v. Maryland ruling, prosecutors must share exculpatory or impeaching evidence with the defense. Now, oh, wait, hold on. I can't read this one out. Harris, though, there we go. Harris was not briefed until February of 2010 after the theft was public and moved to dismiss the case herself. So she didn't hide evidence. She didn't know it existed. That's what it seems. Would that be accurate? Because that seems to be the reports here that I have, is that she didn't know this happened to begin with. So I don't know that that's the case that she was hiding something. I think that they were hiding it from everybody, including her, the individual who had perpetuated the wrongdoing.
I think it was someone from her own administration, like not from her own administration, but within her own law, a firm that was withholding, but it came back on to her
Yeah, but that's
because
not
she
fair.
was the leading prosecutor. But if you're going to step into a courtroom to represent someone and you're just going to try and dismiss it, don't you think you're going to want to have all of the evidence before you just try and go for dismissal?
Just to be clear, are we going to blame anybody in the administration for that top prosecutor's wrongdoing? So, for example, you're saying, well, Johnny, Kamala Harris didn't know that this evidence had existed, and so technically she didn't hide it herself, but somebody within her team knew, and that team hid it from her, including, so then therefore she is responsible. Well, by that logic, then Donald Trump should be impeached right now for Tom Homan accepting $50,000 in bribes from the FBI as his porter czar, or Donald Trump should be blamed for Pete Hegseth sending missile launch codes and coordinates over Signal. Donald Trump should be impeached right now then, because those are two impeachable offenses on the executive level.
And wasn't he impeached twice before?
No, but he wasn't impeached for this, so he should be impeached by his own party right now, because then he would be at fault for everything anybody does in his administration. See, sometimes there's bad people in teams, and to which we can't always, well, I guess the difference here is Kamala fired that person. Donald Trump promoted his guys. Like, what did Donald Trump do to his, he took the Michael Walls guy or whatever and just put him into a promotion after Signalgate. So if anything, you should be criticizing Trump because his administration's a mess, but you're not blaming Donald Trump for his team. Kamala, on the other hand, you're looking back to something that happened in 2010, and you're like, well, this disqualifies her from being president, or this disqualifies... Oh, yeah, you voted against her in part because of this. You said that this was disqualifying, something she didn't know happened until after it was made public.
And I'm saying, because even though, yes, she was a prosecutor at the time, that only makes it worse that she didn't have all the evidence and went to go
Donald Trump is president. Donald Trump is president, and you're not saying that he should be impeached or disqualified for the fact of Signalgate.
That doesn't exclude him from the justice system's eye, just because it excludes him from certain articles being presidential immunity for certain acts as president. That doesn't fully take him out of the criminal eye for everything that he does. So
I think we're bending this into a pretzel. I don't think we need to do that.
If something was to be criminal with him, I'm pretty sure he would already be in jail because I trust our justice system.
Okay, so I think we're bending this into a pretzel and we don't need to. You're effectively saying here, Kamala Harris in 2010, the original claim, Kamala Harris in 2010 hid evidence from the courts. The truth is, Kamala Harris did no such thing. She didn't know evidence existed, and then she motioned to dismiss the case when she found out that somebody on her team, unbeknownst to her or anybody else on the team, had done so. When she found out, she moved to dismiss the case and fired that individual. That's normal. That's right to say, well, this person was a rotten apple on my team, get rid of them. And then she moved forward. But you say that that's disqualifying for Kamala Harris. I disagree. That's not fair, because if we're going to blame the top leader, the top prosecutor, or the top executive, or so be it, for a bad apple on their team, well, then you should fire the manager on any team just for having a bad employee. For example, Donald Trump, because of Pete Hegseth's Signalgate, or because of Tom Homan's bribery scandals, then Donald Trump ought to be resigning right now. But he's not. And then even worse so, Donald Trump doubles down and promotes these individuals in the aftermath of their crimes just to cut off his nose and spite his face, because that's how petty he is. And you're not criticizing him for that. You don't even care. You even bring any of that up. So now it just seems very hypocritical, and it's a double standard. Because what I'm saying is, I don't blame Donald Trump for Tom Homan committing a crime. I don't blame Donald Trump for Pete Hegseth committing a crime. These are grown men. They committed the crime. That's them, right? So I'm not going to blame Kamala Harris for somebody on her team being a bad apple. She got rid of them after. That's the normal thing to do. But you're saying you will blame Kamala Harris for a bad apple, but not Donald Trump. Well, now that's a double standard. At least I'm equal.
Well, see, that's where it gets twisted right there, because you're saying that I'm blaming her because of somebody else. No, I'm blaming her because she moved to dismiss without having the full evidence behind the case first.
No, she motioned to dismiss.
That was the take that I got from
She motioned to dismiss when the case was corrupted to the extent that they realized that somebody was tampering with evidence. She motioned to dismiss when she found out, because she was informed after it came to public light that somebody had done so. So you're blaming her when she handled the situation right.
The context was that she was moving to dismiss before she had the evidence, before she knew that this person was tampering with evidence in the first place.
Nope. She found out that somebody was effectively hiding evidence, and when she did so, and she found that out, when everybody found that out, she then motioned to dismiss and fired her. Fired the individual who did so. That's normal. The only difference here is, right, again, like you were effectively saying, like, well, Kamala should be held to account for that. Well, that's not fair. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, if you're not going to hold him to account for his administration's wrongdoings, well, now it's just hypocritical.
I mean, I hold his first administration liable for everything he did. I mean, his first administration lied about a lot.
Why not the second? Like, Tom Homan, for example, just took $50,000 in bribes. That just happened.
And where did that come from?
That's according to FBI Director Kash Patel, who had been investigating Tom Homan for taking $50,000 in bribes.
Was that for this gambling thing, this old gambling ring that he's been running through for the Manzioni family or whatever mob family?
I don't know anything about that.
Investigating as well.
Nope. There is a video and written testimonies in regards to Tom Homan accepting $50,000 from two business moguls. However, little to Tom Homan realizing that those two business moguls were actually FBI agents undercover who had offered him $50,000 for quid pro quos, and he took the $50,000.
And what were they trying to pay him to do? And if you don't mind me asking.
For everybody's awareness, here's what happened. So under Biden, the FBI director under Biden had been tipped off that Tom Homan, who at that time was not borders are or so be it or any capacity involved in the administrations, Tom Homan, just as a bad businessman, had been championing that he would someday become a top leader in Donald Trump's administration, so give him money. Cops are coming by, one sec. Melania, run! She's been staying here during the construction. So under the Biden administration, the FBI director had been tipped that Tom Homan had been running around saying, I'm going to serve in Donald Trump's administration someday, and I want you to give me money for quid pro quos. So the FBI director investigated that and had two FBI agents go to Tom Homan's door and say, we'll give you $50,000 if you do us a quid pro quo come Donald Trump's administration. He took it on video. And in written testimony, he took the money from them. Then Donald Trump did become president and put Tom Homan in his administration, which nobody thought was going to happen. So people were like, oh, snap. Clearly he knew. Clearly he knew he was going to be in the administration. And so he was serious. And so that's kind of where we are now. Now, Kash Patel continued the investigation. However, it looks as though he might be motioning to close up that investigation and is closing up that investigation, in part because they want to cover that up, don't they? But so my question to you is, you have then Donald Trump's administration perpetuating wrongdoings, whether so be it Tom Homan taking $50,000 in bribes, or, for example, Pete Hegseth, for example, with Signalgate. Do you blame Donald Trump for these crimes? Probably not. But should you? Well, considering your standard on Kamala, you should.
I'm gonna look into this. I'm going to really take this in and really look into this, do some research. I'm gonna have to come back.
All right. Thanks for coming up. You have a good one.
You as well.
Alrighty, y'all. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the stream. Please do, in the top left-hand corner of your screen, hit the follow button if you haven't already. As always, if you do want to support, feel free to do so. My link is in the bio. Your contributions can allow Johnny Palmadessa to get a BBL. Feel free to support at the contributions at the link. Anyway, guys, come November 5th, by the way, we are going to be heading out to Washington, D.C. For the ongoing mass rallies and protests. So just on the radar. Also, in approximately less than 2 hours, we're going to be sitting down for a conversation on here with Congressman Ro Khanna to talk about a little bit about what's been going on. So if you want to tune into that, feel free to stick around. Let's get up our next guest. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. So 1 out of 100 ratio for normal discussions. Republican isn't so bad, could be worse. Some should be on the Democratic side. I think that most Republicans right now are on the Democratic side. For example, just for awareness, we see in the polling, Democrats polling ahead of Republicans by double digits in states like Virginia and New Jersey where they have upcoming gubernatorial elections. And it's simply because Democrats are just both economically better for the people, but also better as a whole for the people. Anywho. Guess that. Oh, goodbye. Anyway, does anybody here still support Donald Trump? Yes or no? Does anybody here still support Donald Trump? Yes or no? I'll say it again. Does anybody here support Donald Trump? Yes or no? Also, folks, if you want to help us hit this confetti goal, would be greatly appreciative if we could wipe out that confetti goal. Does anybody here support Donald Trump? Love that. Guess I, did you vote for Trump?
Oh shit. No. No.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Y'all, thank you for helping us with that confetti goal. We are 1/10 of the way to the confetti goal. Please do help us knock that out. I greatly appreciate it. Let's get up our next guest. Now, this is wild. I'm sorry. Do you know Trump? Y'all, Trump supporters, you guys don't want to debate? You guys are regretting your votes? You Trump supporters are regretting your vote, huh? That's okay. Guess that? Oh, guess bye. Okay. Well. Not these Trump supporters just regretted their votes. Guess Ty, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
Never mind. I decided I'd rather sit in silence. Decided I would rather sit in silence, I think. All right, y'all, again, if you are a Trump supporter, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Guess Ty, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, 42.
42, you voted for Trump. Are you happy with what you're seeing?
Absolutely.
I'm happy with what I'm seeing, too. How you doing?
I'm just
Anyway,
wondering,
so
you
why
should be
Donald
charged-
Trump?
You should be charged for murder.
Really?
Yeah, you swallow cum, no? You like to swallow semen?
Anyway, y'all, link is in the bio. If you want to pay for my legal fees for being a nasty guy, feel free to do so. Again, link is in the bio. If you want to pay for my legal fees for being nasty, feel free to do so. No, I heard you the first 3 times. Legal
like
fees,
cum,
link in the
okay?
bio. Again, you could go to the link in my bio, and you can just
Swallowing
support
cum?
there.
Johnny, you like swallowing
Anyway,
cum? Johnny, you like swallowing cum or no?
listen, are you
should
asking
be
for
charged-
yourself or a friend?
Do
you wanna know my
Bring your
fees?
boyfriend up here. Bring your boyfriend up here. I want to see what he looks.
Aw, my boyfriend. Stop it. It could be you. You're
Bring him up.
42?
Bring him up, Johnny.
A little bit older than I think I would prefer, but that's fine. 42 is fine. Normally I like to keep
Scared
them in
to
the
show?
30s, but 42 is fine.
Scared to show. Johnny?
Anyway, Margaret, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Said Johnny for your legal
like
fees
to
because
show?
you're so nasty. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much to David for the $3 contribution. Said supporting your legal fees because you're so nasty. Thank you so much for the love. Chelsea with the $2 contribution said, why are Republican men so obsessed with your sex life? Dude, let me tell you, there is, I kid you not, Trump supporters are obsessed with who I'm in bed with because they fantasize about me. You know what I'm saying? Jade with the cheeky boo. Holy cow. Thank you so much for the love. That's beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love.
Johnny.
I appreciate that.
Johnny,
All right, anyway, shh, quiet.
Johnny, come on, show what you swallow. Johnny,
You're 42.
Johnny,
You're 42.
Johnny.
Hey.
Johnny,
All
swallow.
right, here's what we're going to do.
Come on, show what you swallow. Come on, show it.
Calm
Come
down.
on, Johnny. Come on.
Calm down.
Show Johnny.
This seems
Johnny,
like projection.
Johnny.
Are you okay?
Johnny.
You're
Johnny.
42. You're a
Johnny.
grown man.
Johnny. Johnny,
Hi,
are you okay?
Alan.
Are
You're
you okay,
42.
Johnny?
You're
Johnny, are you okay?
42.
Johnny, you must have swallowed a lot of
You're
cum,
very
didn't you?
lonely, aren't you? Never
Johnny,
had a woman touch you before,
Johnny,
have you?
Johnny,
That's
Johnny.
okay. But listen, here's what I think the thing is. You're
I
looking
have
for
kids. You don't,
shh.
gay boy.
And I
You
can
little
assure
gay.
you, you've never seen that child before. I can assure you that
Boy,
maybe
you little
possibly
gay boy.
on Sundays with supervision. But there's clearly
probably
something
left
wrong with
country.
you here. Okay?
You
Shh, calm down. You're a grown
probably
man in
with
his
your mom
40s. You claim to have a
coming
kid.
out of your mouth.
I don't think so. I think that
And
you're
that's-
one of the ones to which are very mentally unwell. And I think you're making that case to everybody right now that you're mentally unwell. Listen to yourself. Why are you so
Pussy
obsessed
yourself.
about some 24-year-old's pants?
Only you only
Calm
pussy.
down.
You,
You're obsessed with what's
mother's
going on in
pussy.
some 24-year-old's pants.
Your mother's pussy.
It's weird. It's
Mother's
weird.
pussy.
Take a deep breath. Calm down.
Johnny.
Yvonne, thank you for the $15 contribution. Said here's to shutting up the guest. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love.
Hey, your mom.
I appreciate it. Anywho,
Johnny, your mom.
You got it?
Ask her.
anywho, so take a deep breath. Calm
She
calm
swallowed.
down. You can
Ask
do
her
big
she
things.
swallowed.
You can do big things.
She swallowed.
Y'all, as you can see what I'm dealing with, y'all are going to start supporting me. I will close up this live stream and go home. My link is in my bio. This is some insanity. Do you guys see the kind of people I deal with? These are grown men. Look at how bad I trigger these grown men, y'all. I trigger these grown men so bad that they've dedicated their lives to coming up here and talking about what I got going on in my pants. That is some insanity right there. That is some insanity. These Trump supporters are so wildly obsessed and triggered by what I do that they join my streams to talk about what is going on in my pants
Even American kitty.
for the final
Not even
time.
American. Dummy.
Yes, you are. I see your account. Calm down. I also have your IP address, and it starts with 9, so you are American. Angela, thank you for the $3 contribution. I appreciate the love. I'll tell you what, there is nobody more upset. Whoa. Oh, you ran away? Oh, yeah, the second I said I was getting your IP address and it starts with 9, you ran away real quick, yeah? Because you looked at your IP address and said, oh, snap, it does. This is some crazy work. You want to stick around? Come back. No, come on back on. Come back up. Yeah, it was the second I said your IP address starts with a 9, you said, oh, snap, and then walked away. Why do you think I was keeping you on my stream for so long? What do you think I was doing? You thought I was just keeping you here calling me names like that for funsies? Anywho. He said, the second I said your IP starts with a 9, he said, oh, snap, and left. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. You don't want to come back up? Whatever. All right, y'all, if you're a Trump supporter, join the guest request and let's have a quality conversation about it. Guest died. Did you vote for Trump? Deported. Y'all, let me just point out, as of right now, costs are up, the debt's up, inflation's up, unemployment's up, the worth of the dollar is down. And overwhelmingly, Donald Trump, well, let's be honest, Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating of any sitting president in our nation's history at this point in time. And Donald Trump is more concerned with his ballroom than delivering on his campaign promises. Donald Trump supporters are more concerned with what I've got going on in my pants than the fact that Donald Trump hasn't delivered on his campaign promises. It's almost like nobody has their priorities straight. God. But if you are a Trump supporter and you think you could debate on behalf of Donald Trump, then join the guest request and let's do that. But if your goal is to fantasize about me, maybe I should create like one of those accounts that you know what. Guest, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Y'all, we have approximately 1,800 people in here. Can I just call something out for what it is? We have 1,800 people in here, and not a single person wants to support Donald Trump. That's how bad this president fucked the people over. Donald Trump has screwed over the people so bad that out of 1,800 people, 0 want to support Donald Trump. Not one. Not one. Not one person wants to defend Donald Trump. That speaks volumes. That speaks volumes when nobody wants to defend this. And those who do come up to defend it, all that they do is like slur, crouch out, and run away. You know what I'm saying? Guess I did you vote for Donald Trump? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
24.
Did we already talk?
Yes.
What was the conversation
I'm
about?
right back. I couldn't find what you were talking about the senator that apparently got into Trump's administration for being paid for quid pro quo. The last
Tom
person
Homan
that
is
was
border
arrested.
czar. Tom Homan is border czar.
Tom
Not a
Holdman?
senator yet. Tom Homan. He's border czar. If you look up, for example, all you got to do is this: type in Tom Homan and then 50000 50,000, and it'll be the first thing that pops up. Yep.
Okay, let me look that up.
All right. Yep. Yeah, I'm just saying to everybody tuning in here right now, we've got like 1,800 people tuning in. We are going to be in Washington, D.C. on November 5th to document the ongoing protests and the rallies. There's expected to be a massive march on Washington. So we are going to be out there. When Donald Trump had deployed the National Guard to Los Angeles, we were on the ground in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C., we were in Washington, D.C. When Donald Trump deployed the Guard to Chicago and Portland, or attempted to in Portland, we were on the ground. And that is all thanks to the support of this community. So to everybody tuning in, out of the 1,800 people, if you want to pitch in to support the efforts, feel free to do so. My link is in the bio. And you can help us continue. Because after DC, I don't know where we're going next. It may be San Francisco. I don't know. We're navigating it. Trad was freaking out about me possibly going to Florida. Could do that. Who knows? Could do that. Who knows? But wherever we're needed. Guest I, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I want to point something out with the continuing resolution that's going on because
That's
a lot
okay.
of
So folks, I just want to confirm, is anybody here opposition, yes or no? Is anybody here a Trump supporter? Yes or no? Nope. This person says, yes, I am. But you turned off your guest requests. I feel like that speaks volumes. This person's username says wife, mother, grandmother, and Jesus. What the fuck? And then I try to invite them up, and they turned off their guest requests. Why is it that all the Trump supporters claim that they're Trump supporters, but then also turn off their guest requests? I swear to God, this is like what a Trump supporter is like. Let me just show you. This is what it gives. This is what it gives. I'll tell you what! I voted for Donald Trump, but I'm too scared to engage in a literal debate, so I'm just gonna be a bigot. And if I do have the opportunity to join a debate, I'm just gonna try to crash out and say something homophobic or racist. I understand that my costs are up and my debt is up and my inflammation is up and my unemployment is up, but that's okay with me because now I can say the N-word in public. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Trump, feed me dirt and bend me over backwards. Trump, I want you to ruin my guts. Come on, Trump, please. I'll tell you what. So that's pretty much what a Trump supporter is giving right now. Like, if you're a Trump supporter, that is what you look like to us. In part because you guys can't make the case that Donald Trump has been of any benefit to you. And you guys aren't even condemning or denouncing him for the fact that he has duped you out of your vote. You know what I'm saying? So, like, at least have a little self-respect. Just a little bit. Like, you don't even have to have a lot of self-respect, just like a little bit of self-respect. You know? Because it's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. Honest to God. Let me get my little backup. Kelly, thank you for the $5 contribution. I appreciate the love. I think we're going to need to do like a restart or something because all the Trump supporters are hiding. I swear to God, I get the worst algorithms sometimes. Like, if you're a Trump supporter tuning into this stream right now, I want you to know you're a wimp. Like, the algorithm gave you to me, and you're a wimp. I want better than you as a Trump supporter. Like, if you're a Trump supporter tuning in right now, you're bottom of the barrel wimp. It's unfortunate. Because the fact that I get the ones who are too scared to talk about their allegiance to Donald Trump is pathetic. Wish I had better. I deserve better than that. I always get the weak links. It's sad. Like, we're the ones who could actually challenge me, not the ones who are challenged. Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah. Just the better of two evils, I guess. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. I think I voted for him twice. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I wish I couldn't.
Okay. So why not? Sorry, I'm
Why would you?
I'm calling in from Japan. I'm half Japanese. My mother is Japanese. My dad's American.
I'm sorry, do you think this is a first date or something? I don't really care.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm just
Like,
giving
my
you a
mother's
background.
Japanese, and so actually I come from, I didn't ask. So anyway, so you voted for Donald Trump. I see a
Okay.
twice impeached insurrectionist, convicted felon, found liable of essay fraud and guilty on 34 felony counts, violated the 1st, 2nd, 5th, 14th, 19th, 22nd Amendments, undermined the Emoluments Clause, Habeas Corpus Due Process, and the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, cut away from CHIP, WIC, SNAP, Planned Parenthood, Medicaid, Medicare, food assistance, doubled down and sees 42 million Americans as soon as November 1st losing access to food assistance, but is more focused on a ballroom. Can't really find the redeeming quality of this man. So if you could tell me what is so redeeming, I'll wait.
I mean, if you could tell me a redeeming quality of the Biden administration under Biden and Kamala, I'll wait as well.
Sure. Answer my question first.
I think what he offers is much more or much less evil than what we had the last 4 years.
Like,
I think all of Biden's policies or lack thereof were pretty awful, don't you think? Getting us into two big world wars, and
we're in two big world wars because of Donald Trump or Joe Biden. That has nothing to do with either president.
I don't think so, man.
Really?
I think
You were in a world war? You were in a world war under Biden or Donald Trump? Really? What world war?
we weren't in Israel.
Freddie, thank you so much for the confetti. Jesus Christ, y'all, we are 50% of the way to the confetti goal. That's crazy work. Thank you so much for the love. If we could knock out that confetti goal, that'd be awesome. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Ukraine would have happened. I don't think Hamas would have done what they did under Trump. I think he was much like a peace
But they did.
president. I think he is peace, like strength
so
to peace.
A couple
peace
issues.
to
Israel and Gaza were still going at it prior to Joe Biden and prior
and
to Donald
let
Trump.
them
They've
go.
been going at it for
Let them go.
decades. That's issue
And then
one.
and then in America, why is there such an uproar suddenly?
Okay. So, hey, Gingerbread, thank you so much for the confetti. Again, issue one is Gaza and Israel were going at it even prior to either president. They've been going
Yeah,
at
we
it
should
for
let them go.
decades.
Yeah.
No.
Let them go.
And then second, let's also
blow
recognize
each other
that
up.
Ukraine and Russia had also been going at it for years prior to Joe Biden. So let's try this again. What world war did Joe Biden start and how?
I don't think he started any world wars, but I don't think he tried anything
So
to.
you're already
I don't think he
contradicting
had
yourself
anything
then.
to do with trying to solve those problems.
You said he started a world war. Now you're saying he didn't?
I'm saying he didn't do anything to prevent those world wars. I don't think he did anything to prevent anything.
Is it that he didn't do anything to prevent it, or is it that
Did he do
you
anything? I
Don't
mean-
know what he did.
I mean, if you were an employer and if you were to see like Joe Biden and Donald Trump, like who would you employ? Like I would employ Donald Trump because he's all
Really?
over the world every day. He's on the stage every day. He's giving speeches every day. He's like,
Can you tell me what Donald Trump did to deliver a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine? And let's start there. I'll wait.
I mean, he's trying to negotiate peace talks. And
Don't tell me what he's
met
trying to
with-
do, because you don't know what he's
Yeah,
trying
I mean,
to do. Obviously, what he's trying to
what
do
did
is
Biden
effective.
do at all?
Because, for example, Donald Trump said he would deliver a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine on day one, and evidently so we could see that he did not do that. So don't tell me what he's planning to do, or the concept of a plan, if you will. Tell me what he did do.
What he's trying to do.
I don't care what he's
of
trying
course,
to
he's
do,
not
because you
God.
don't know what he's trying to do. Donald Trump isn't telling
Yeah, I
you
mean-
what he's trying to do. That's the issue. So what did he do?
I mean, anybody can say, "I will do this" on day one. Like I'm sure
Exactly.
Biden said on day
So what
one, like,
did
"I will do this, I will do this," but he didn't
For
do
example, I can tell you that Joe Biden, thanks to his policies, had the Russian ruble worth half of what it was pre-invasion. I can tell you that because of Joe Biden, Russia, by the end of Joe Biden's administration, was recycling wounded soldiers on the battlefield because they were out of fresh troops. What did Donald Trump do? He ran away. Are you running away? Please answer this question.
it. No, I'm not.
Answer
I'm not
this
running
question.
away.
Don't run away from this. Answer me.
Yeah, I'm not running away. Not at all. Of course not. I think. I think America's in a far better position now than it was 3 or 4 years ago.
No, it
Like,
wasn't.
absolutely.
I disagree because
Yeah, I
I
think
gave you
so. I
evidence
think
that
so.
it was in a better position 4 years ago. Can you show me or tell me what Donald Trump has done for the end of the war between Russia and Ukraine? I'll wait.
I mean, the Russian-Ukraine war that doesn't really affect American people. I mean,
Oh, really?
I don't-
You're
I
the
don't
one who
really
brought
live in-
this up. So let's try this again. You have Joe Biden. I gave you 2 things he did to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. I spoke about the Russian ruble. I spoke about the military. Can you tell me what Donald Trump did? I've asked you now 7 times and counting. We're moving on to time 8 of me asking. And it sounds like you don't have an answer to this. Is that right?
yeah.
Yes
I
or
don't
no?
think you have an
Are
answer either, though.
I already gave you
What
the
is your
answer. Remember the Russian ruble and the military? I already spoke about that. So, what is
That's-
your answer? Do you have an
Do you have
answer as to
evidence
what?
for that? Or
Yeah,
there's no
it's-
evidence.
Yeah.
No, I just-
But back to what I was saying. Can you give me the answer as to what
can't
Donald
find
Trump
any
did? It sounds like the answer is no, you can't. You don't know what Donald Trump did. Is that right? Just be honest.
I
with
know
me.
that. Yeah.
It's less
Doesn't-
embarrassing if you're honest. Okay? Because people listening in aren't dumb. They understand you're avoiding the
Yeah,
question.
I'm not dumb either. I have friends
Right.
who are Russian. I have friends
But
who
so
are
I'm
Ukrainian.
saying,
I've
I'm saying that
spoken to
people
both
see
of
you
them.
avoiding the question, so they're going to come to the deductive reasoning and the conclusion that you are hiding the fact that you do not know anything about it, which isn't much of a hidden provision. So I'm going to ask you again: do you know what Donald Trump did to end the war between Russia and Ukraine? Yes or no?
I know what he's done, and
What
I
did
know
he
what
do?
he hasn't done.
What did he?
I know
do?
that he tried to negotiate peace talks with.
Okay,
Putin-
so did
with
Joe Biden. So there's no
Vladimir Putin.
difference. So then, what did Donald
Putin
Trump
never-
do
I
differently
think
than Joe Biden?
Biden never met Putin
What? Yes, he did. So now, can you tell me exactly what?
during his last
Yes, he did.
administration.
Correct. So can you tell me exactly
Really?
what?
Face to
Yes.
face?
So can you? Yes. So can you tell me what Donald
for
Trump
his
did
son's business
differently
or
than Joe Biden?
His son's business
Don't
in Ukraine,
pivot.
or
Don't
what?
pivot. Can you tell me what
Okay.
Donald Trump
You
did
don't wanna talk
differently
about
than
that.
Joe Biden?
Okay.
Can you tell me what
I think
Donald Trump
Trump's-
did differently than Joe Biden?
Donald Trump's family is not involved in an energy business.
They
in Ukraine.
literally are, and we could talk more about that in regards to, for example, Jared Kushner getting $2.6 billion from the Saudi crown prince. But instead of pivoting to that, can we get back
Ukraine.
to Russia, Ukraine? Can you tell me
Ukraine.
exactly what Donald
Ukraine.
Trump did to end the war between Russia and Ukraine? I'll
Not
wait.
Ukraine. Okay, you don't want to talk about the energy business.
No, I
in
want to
Ukraine.
talk about the Russia-Ukrainian war, which is what I've been trying to talk about now for 5 minutes as you keep pivoting. Can you tell me what Donald Trump did to end the war between Russia and Ukraine? He said he would deliver a solution day one. We are now almost
I think
300 days
he's
in.
done just about as much as Biden has done.
Okay, so you admit that Donald Trump has done nothing then? Nothing differently
you
than
admit that
Biden?
Biden has done nothing.
No, because
Yeah,
Biden
okay.
delivered, for example, the Russian ruble being worth half of what it was than it was
Who
pre-invasion.
gives a shit about the Russian
Biden,
ruble? That
the
doesn't
economy,
affect
because if you don't have
American
money, you can't fund the war, right? And then second, the
doesn't
military
affect
of
American
Russia
people.
had been recycling wounded soldiers by the end of Joe Biden's administration because they were out of fresh ones. That right there is also an end of the war. If you have no troops and you have no money, you can't go to war, right? What is Donald Trump doing? Other
They've
than
been
nothing.
importing North Korean soldiers for years now. The Russian army has been importing North Korean soldiers and Chinese soldiers.
I'm not going to get an answer on this question, so I give up.
Are you kidding me?
You're not going to give me an answer on the question, so I give up. I tried.
I
really
told
did.
you that Trump has done just as much as Biden has done.
No,
Or
your
le-
original
or
claim
even
was that
less,
Donald
probably.
Trump did better in regards to delivering an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war, and then you could not explain to me how. You explained to me what did Biden do differently, and I gave you numerous points. For Donald Trump, I asked you to give me 1 point, and you won't tell me what exactly he did because there was nothing he had done. You said negotiating. I said Biden also negotiated. So what's the difference? Your response was,
Did
I
Biden
don't know.
negotiate or did his auto pen
Is this a
negotiate?
joke?
I don't know.
By you saying that right there, all you're
Yeah, I
doing
think-
is
are
doubling
you
down on
AI
the
or
fact
what?
that you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay.
Okay, sure.
So let's
Sure.
try this again. Clearly, you don't know how to
Professional
respond in
TikToker.
regards to the Russian-Ukrainian war. Is there a different topic you would like to talk about, or do you want to stick with foreign policy, knowing very well right now that this is definitely a losing argument for you?
You
I'm
could
giving
choose
you
something.
the
you could
opportunity
flip
to
a coin.
pivot. I'm giving you the opportunity to pick whatever discussion point you're going to be strongest on. I am purposefully not picking right now because I don't want you to embarrass yourself again. You pick what we talk about.
I have
Pick the
nothing to be
strongest-
embarrassed about, dude. I have no
You
reputation.
can't even
on
answer
app,
this.
dude. I don't
What
give
is
a
the strongest point you've got in support of Trump? Like the winning argument. What do you got?
To be honest, I think for American people who care about American jobs and American families, I think like for my family, like of course I don't live in America now, but for my family, I think they're better off now than they were, 2 or 3 years, 4 years.
What are their
5 years ago.
jobs?
Yeah, they have their own companies.
What are the companies for?
You mean the purpose of the company?
Correct. Not all companies are the same.
Yeah. Like my brother owns a stock company, and my parents own a cleaning business,
Your brother owns a stock company.
like a stock investment firm.
He owns
Yeah.
an investment firm, and your parents own a cleaning company.
Yes, correct.
And what did Donald
My
Trump do
parents
for these
came-
two entities?
My parents came from America. They're immigrants as well, and they
don't
came the
care.
legal way. So what you're
So I
asking
think
me about my
issue is
background?
because you're saying, for example, in regards to job growth. Well, I mean, for example, unemployment right now is up by 0.2%. Donald Trump has lost 120,000 jobs in August alone. He lost jobs in
Because of
September and
unemployment?
October as well. Donald Trump has lost hundreds of thousands of Just listen to what I'm saying. You're asking
Well, I don't
questions.
hear.
Well, I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. But the answer is already projected, to which you don't need to ask the question, because if you were listening, you would know I just answered
You
that.
come off of arrogant as hell.
Not at all. These are numbers. Numbers can't be arrogant. The unemployment rate is up by 0.2% right now. You've lost 120,000 jobs in the month of August alone. You lost jobs in September. You lost jobs in October. You've been losing jobs for months. You've lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs since January alone. So when you say that Donald Trump is going to allegedly create jobs, when?
Sorry?
When is he going to
What was
create
the
jobs?
question?
You said that Donald Trump was better for jobs. You said that word for word that Donald Trump was better for jobs. You've lost
You said that he's
hundreds
better
of
for American
thousands
people,
of jobs.
American jobs. Yeah,
he's not.
American
You've lost
people,
jobs.
American jobs, American.
But he's not, because you've lost jobs. So
Where did we lose jobs, though?
manufacturing,
Was it the jobs that were
agriculture.
deported? Yeah, they were deported, right?
No, manufacturers and agricultural workers. Sure, while you deported people, that's not this. We're talking about American jobs. You've lost jobs. Is this a
Due
joke?
to AI,
Due to your
Is it due
inflationary
to-
tariffs driving companies out of business to which they can't pay salaries. That's one.
I think a part
Due to,
Pismo
for
is
another
that-
one, you froze federal contracts for our farmers, to which by doing so, they now don't have the money to pay for their salaried employees, thus they fire them. You've lost jobs.
due to Monsanto. Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
You've lost hundreds of thousands of jobs. UPS and Amazon have already pledged to lose and drop tens of thousands of jobs. So where's the win? I'm sorry,
Why
you said
do
he
you
was
think
good
that
for
is?
job growth. Where?
Don't you think that is due to an increase in technology?
I like, do you know what I love? Is that when you hear that
Yeah.
Donald Trump is losing hundreds of thousands of jobs,
We're
your
losing
only
jobs
response
everywhere.
is that it's AI. Like, you guys can't just blame AI for everything. AI is not taking these jobs in agriculture and
No,
manufacturing.
we're losing jobs everywhere. I've been on the ground in many
Right.
countries.
Why are you
and-
losing these jobs?
Because mostly due to advances in technology.
No, you lost jobs in agriculture because you froze federal contracts for farm workers and then incorporated inflationary tariffs on produce, to which now you have a farmer picking up the cost and the tab on higher related costs for his produce. And then simultaneously, you froze his federal contract, so he doesn't have the money to allocate towards salaries. So what does he do? He fires his farm workers. In a manufacturing firm, when you incorporate tariffs on, for example, steel, and the company picks up those costs, they can either A, pass them down to the consumer, but if they can't afford to do so without losing their consumers, then what do? They fire their workers, and they narrow down their workforce to a skeleton as a way to save the cost on salaries. You're losing hundreds of thousands of jobs across these industries. You can't just blame
Yeah, it's
technology.
happening. It's happening everywhere, not just
it's
due
not.
to technology. Yeah, it is.
It's a
you have
United
any
States
real-world
issue.
experience
This is a
behind the-
United States
behind the
issue.
screen?
This is a United States issue.
No, it is
and there's a
not.
direct
I promise
excuse
you
you.
it is not.
There's a direct correlation between Donald Trump and
You-
his actions leading to these entities and industries losing jobs. You suggesting it's
Go
all
to
over the
China.
world. I have a
Same
question.
thing is happening
Why
in
did this
China
start?
right now.
Why did this start when Donald Trump assumed
Go to
office?
China. Same thing's
I'm
happening.
asking
You
no,
have
it's
no
not. I'm
experience
asking you a
at all.
question.
What's going on?
Why did this start when Donald Trump assumed
I'm asking
office?
you.
Go ahead. Answer my question.
It didn't just happen after he assumed
President
office.
Biden
It
was
happened
creating
in
jobs.
2020.
Donald Trump is losing them. President Biden was creating
No, it
jobs.
happened in
Donald,
2020.
Donald Trump was president then as well. So what's the common denominator here? That Donald Trump is the problem and that he's worse
What?
for job growth. You're saying that this happened in 2020 and that it is happening again now. The common denominator is that Donald Trump was president in 2020 and he's president now. But from 2021 to 2024, we were not dealing with this. We were gaining jobs, not losing them. And what's the outlier is that President Biden was president from 2021
No
to the
way.
end of 2024 and the first 20 days of 2025. So that right there shows you, and you just said it yourself. So Donald Trump is worse for job growth. Thank you for admitting that. I don't think you realized that you just said that, but you did just say that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I
Correct.
was around.
Right.
I've been around.
So let's get some W's
for-
in the chat for admitting that Donald Trump is worse for job growth. Kaylee, thank you for the $5 contribution. Said, love watching your stream. Your mind is so hot. Hey, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Marcy, thank you for the $5 contribution. Said, for being an exemplary member of the tribe and for those eyes of yours. Holy cow. Thank you so much. Y'all are just flirting with me. I appreciate it. Y'all, if you want to
thanks for the
support,
chat,
feel
man.
free
Get
to do
behind-
so.
get
My
out
link is
from
in the
behind the
bio.
screen.
What?
Get some real world experience. It was nice to chat with you. But
Wait, so you're gonna run away now after you got upset? So you're
no,
goal
no,
here- just hold on.
No,
This, whoa, chill. So
I'm a
I
rational
clocked you-
person.
just a moment. I clocked you on the data. I called you out on the fact that you just admitted that Donald Trump is worse for job growth. Instead of saying, wow, Johnny, I didn't think of it that way, or saying, oh, wow, Johnny, you know what? I realized I just did that and I'm going to learn from that. Or, oh, wow, Johnny, you're right. Donald Trump really isn't that good for job growth. Or even trying to double down and debate me on that. Your response was to turn around and say, get out from behind the screen, as you're also behind a screen. You need real world experience.
right now
and then run away.
2 a.m.
Like, does that seem like a rational, normal response from somebody to turn around and say, get real world experience, and then to run away? That
I'm not
seems
running
like,
away.
that seems rash and irrational. That seems odd, right? That seems like a temper
not at all.
tantrum.
No, not at all.
No, it is.
I don't want to be.
That's a temper
no,
tantrum.
no.
I clocked you
you're-
on the data analysis, and then you doubled
Okay.
down without realizing it and admitted that Donald Trump is bad for job growth. Instead of saying it with your full chest and admitting that that is what happened, you'll turn around, insult, and then run away. That's childish.
I didn't insult you at all.
You did. You just said, go get some real world experience. You're just hiding behind the computer.
How is that an insult?
That's an insult.
How is that an insult?
That's an insult.
No, that's like.
Stop
let's
it.
Let's
Let's
get out of your room. Really.
let's act like
With
normal
your
human beings.
Funko Pops. All right, take
You
it
came
easy.
to me. You understand that, right?
No, I found you on the algorithm.
Came to me.
You came to me, actually.
Just a moment. You came to me to
you
talk.
came to me on the algorithm.
And after getting cooked, your response is to crash out and run away in the aftermath of saying, you need a job. Are you kidding? That's embarrassing. That's
Don't
like
make up,
walking up to somebody. That's
alternate
like
realities.
walking up to somebody to arm wrestle, and after you walk up to them and ask for an arm wrestle and them beating you, you turn around and say, you stink! You work out so much! You need a life!
No way.
Crash out more, bud. Like, you literally did exactly that. You walked up, said, let's arm wrestle, you lost, and then started crashing out. Come on.
I didn't crash out.
Anyway,
at all.
listen,
Are
you can go run away now. You
Very
obviously
rational.
weren't here
I'm
for a
very
debate
rational.
after you got cooked. You admit you got cooked and you're running away. That's fine.
Okay, whatever. Take it easy, man.
Go.
Good luck.
Flee. You don't even know how to leave, do you? There you go. Good boy. That is so embarrassing to walk up to somebody else, say, I want to arm wrestle you, get crushed in the arm wrestle, and then turn around and be like, you need a life! You asked for it. Like, what? Oh my gosh. All right, y'all, if you're opposition, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. We're going to get up our next guest. Again, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, join the guest request. Everybody else, please do repost, share the live if you haven't already. As always, if you do want to support, feel free to do so. My link is in the bio. Guest, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yup, I'm back to cook you.
How old are you?
I'm 18, sorry.
You're 18, you voted for Donald Trump.
No, I wasn't old enough.
You weren't old enough. And where are you from? And it's not
I
an
live in North
Americanized
Dakota.
accent. So where are you from?
I live in North Dakota now, but I wasn't born here.
Why is it that all the people who support Donald Trump, like there's two types of people I noted who support Trump. There's the ones who, born in America, like blue collar, working class, they don't support Trump anymore. Like they're on the brink of not supporting him anymore, and they come up here and we have a good quality debate. But then the ones who are still hammering down on their support for Trump, they always got the most thick accent. It's a genuine question. No, it's a genuine question. I'm saying, why is it that the ones who regret their vote for Trump or the ones who are on the precipice of no longer supporting Trump and who I have good debates with are like the blue collar, like American worker, but then the ones who still double down on their support for Trump are like always with the most thick accents, not from America. Why? Can you riddle me that? Because like the last guy who was doubling down on his support for Trump was from like France or something. You're from the Netherlands. Like, what is this?
I mean, oh, my bad. Wait, let me put my phone on
Okay,
silent.
so let's try this. How many branches of government are there?
3.
Okay, what are they?
Wait, judicial, executive, and legislative.
And how many justices on the U.S. Supreme Court?
Wait, is it 6?
No.
It's, wait, I mean, I don't know, 8 then.
No.
It's an even number.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, 9 then, 9.
There you go. Can you name one?
I mean, wait, let me think for a second.
Just name one.
I honestly have no clue.
Okay, you could have said Ketanji Brown Jackson. You could have said Amy Coney Barrett. You could have said Clarence Thomas.
I mean, I guess
Okay.
I'm not too.
Can you tell me how many representatives are in the U.S. House of Representatives?
250.
No.
300.
No.
6 or 7.
No. Can you name one of them?
Well, like LeBron,
No. What state are you from?
North Dakota.
Who's the governor of North Dakota?
LeBron.
No. Okay. So, anyway, next. Your average Trump supporters, everybody. Your average Trump supporters. Guess, Ty, did you vote
Hello?
for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did, but I regret it. I just wanted to come in here and say that I voted for everything that he said he will do when it came to the economy and when it came to crimes. But apparently, I feel like he's ignoring the legislative process. And I feel like I kind of just came here to say that I debated you once, by the way. And you kind of changed my mind on a few things. But let me just say I did. But I stand for what he stood for before.
W's, thank you for coming up. Vote for Democrats come the midterms, everybody. Good to hear. Guess, Ty, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Deported. I'm right. Well, back to 0 people in the guest request. We got 1,800 people in here and not a single Trump supporter wants to debate on this guy. I'm glad to hear that people are regretting their vote for Donald Trump. That's great. Please do vote appropriately moving forward, folks and friends, and we could save a lot of lives and do a lot of good. Guess, Ty, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I love Trump just like you
And there's
love
the
your
thick accent. Jesus Christ.
agent.
Caitlin, thank you so much for the confetti. Holy cow. Thank you so
You
much
love
for
the
the
scam,
love.
right? And
Okay.
I love my Trump.
Y'all, did I
Triumph.
not, when I said before, and I was
Triumph
like, did you guys,
versus scam.
all right,
Obvious, right? It's obvious.
okay, did I not point out like there's a pattern with the ones who still support Trump? The pattern is they're not from here. All right, anyway, so you voted for Donald Trump. Why? Caitlin,
Because
holy
I have
cow with
eyes,
the confetti.
right?
Thank
And
you
I'm
so
not
much.
blind.
I was thanking Caitlin. Caitlin, thank you so
So
much
I can
for the
see
confetti.
gas
That is-
prices.
I was
can see
thanking
grocery prices.
Caitlin! So anyway, thank you, Caitlin. Thank you so much for the love. That was a beyond kind contribution with the confetti. Sorry, after you.
Thought you were thanking Caitlin, right? Caitlin.
I was thanking Caitlin for the confetti.
Yeah, eat dirt.
You're upset because I was thanking Caitlin? Did I
No,
hurt your
because
feelings?
you're eating dirt. No.
No, I'm not a Trump supporter. So
My feelings were hurt last 4 years. You did not care, right? Now you suddenly care. Do you think I care now?
Oh no,
Nobody
I
cares
was
about
being
Johnny now.
disingenuous. I don't care about your feelings now, and I care as
Yeah,
little
I don't
about them
care
as I
either.
did 4 years ago.
Same feeling.
He's like, now you care? No, I still don't. Sorry to break it to you. Okay, Caitlin, thank you so much for the galaxy. All right, so go ahead. Tell me exactly why you support Donald Trump.
Because I have. So I could give a lot of reasons, right? None of that.
Well, you haven't
none of
given
those
one,
reasons
so-
are going to. I have infinitely many reasons.
Name
Reasons.
Name one.
Yeah. So one is infinitely many reasons. That is, first, he's not Biden. Second,
Wow, great
he's.
reason. Is that literally it? That's all you got?
You're a Democrat, right? So I could give a lot of reasons, but you not accept any reason.
I mean, I would
because
accept
You don't
any
accept
reason
reason
here,
at all.
but saying that
Because you're
he's-
blind,
like
right,
saying
and
that
deaf.
Biden's not Trump. Actually, Biden and Trump are more similar in the ways that they are physically than that of the way they're not. You have two geriatric white men, and you're over here telling me, Johnny, Biden's not Trump, and so I went with Trump. Oh, wow. So you said I'm going with this geriatric instead of this one. When you could add Kamala Harris, who was a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president, who negotiated the Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, Chips and Science Act, and the PACT Act. It's like you're forgetting she exists. But tell me why Trump. I'll wait.
So Kamala has a lot of titles, right? Who gave the titles? A Democrat, right? A couple of Democrats came and
The
made up
voters.
some bullshit titles.
Tens of millions of voters elected her to become attorney general, district attorney, and a senator. But that being said, Missy, thank you for the $10 contribution. I appreciate the love.
And all of those were Democrats, right?
No, voters consist of Democrats,
Oh
Republicans,
yeah, Democrats don't
independents,
vote.
and
I
third
forgot.
party.
Yes, you're correct. Yep, Democrats don't vote.
You know that it took both parties, right, among many other third parties and independents to get her into her positions. She didn't solely win just because of Democrats, correct? You do understand
No.
that? No, you don't
No.
understand that? Okay. All right.
No,
so you're
what you said is
effectively
wrong. So
disenfranchising all
not that I don't
Republicans.
understand.
So you're so we're just going to disenfranchise the votes of all Republicans, saying that they're meaningless, because I feel like a Republican voter's vote is just as important as a Democrat's
Democrats
vote.
don't even vote their primaries, right? So who cares?
Well, I mean, you just said that they single-handedly elected Kamala, so clearly they do then, don't they? So now you're contradicting yourself. All right, do me a favor, because you're getting boring. Tell me exactly why you support Donald Trump. What has he done for the middle working class populate? Oh, wait.
Not sided the Italians and the Russians.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, you don't even know what wars you're talking about. Let's try this again. Can you tell me what Donald Trump has done for the middle working class? Did you understand that question? Do you know what the middle working class
are
is?
Italians the middle working class or no?
Hi, buddy.
So let's.
I don't even know what you're doing here. Let's try this again. The middle working class, okay, is a class. We're not talking about any specific race, religion, ethnicity, or background. We're talking specifically about a class of people, which is the working class. And my question to you is, what has Donald Trump done to the benefit of the working class? Jesus Christ.
So what considers as work?
Can you please tell me what Donald Trump did for the working class? Or like
He's
no.
done a lot, right? But because
Name
you
one
don't
thing.
work at all, right? And because
I
you
don't
just work,
work
right?
at all.
And so you
That's
won't
what we're
get any
going with.
benefits.
What, you don't like my job? You don't like what I do?
Not that I don't like your job. It's
jealous
just
of it?
I don't like who you are.
You don't like who I am? Tell me about it. Why not?
You're a Democrat, right? First
Okay.
thing.
Sure.
Second thing, you're blind because I cannot talk about girls with you, right? And because you're
No, I'm
gay,
good.
right? Obviously. And third thing, you don't. You fell for the scam, right? Of Biden.
Okay. So what part of that has to do with first and foremost? I get if you don't like me as a person, that's fine. It's not the first time that I've had an individual come to me and say, well, I don't like you because you're gay, or I don't like you because you're a Democrat. Fair enough. You don't have to. The same way that I'm not going to like you if, for example, you look like this, right? And that's fair enough. But that being said, you, on the other hand, one, I want to make evidently clear, I don't necessarily think that you get the opportunity to act as such because listen to yourself. Like, I could pick you apart right now and I'm choosing not to because I don't want to get my ass canceled. And I'm also relatively a good guy. So I'm not tearing you apart, but I'd be more than happy to. You are in no place to be, excuse me, just a moment. You are in no place to be running around picking apart other people. This is like the ugly guy in high school running around thinking he was the big, beautiful swan, mocking on all of the jocks. Don't do that, okay? You don't get to do that. And furthermore, my question to you was what you didn't like about my job, but you specifically ignored that. What is it that you don't like about what I do? You said I don't have a job, but I do. Why don't you like what I do? Go ahead.
Misinformation.
Yeah, get it out. You could do it.
Misinformation about
really? And what have I ever
Biden,
said that's misinformative? I'll wait. Caitlin, thank you so much for the
about
galaxy.
Biden doing anything good for the economy. That was wholly
President
misinformation.
Biden
right?
had lower costs, lower debt, lower inflation, lower unemployment, and the
he
worth
was
of the
all
dollar
about
was
EV.
up. So you can't make the case that he wasn't better for the economy. President Biden was better for the economy. Just because you don't like President Biden doesn't mean that he was bad for the economy. The numbers reflect he was better. As of right now, costs have gone up to the tune of 3% on groceries, but because of Donald Trump's inflationary tariffs, costs on coffee are up by 14%, beef is up by 50%, vegetables are up by 38.9%. The debt is up to the tune of $4.5 trillion according to the Congressional Budgeting Office. Inflation's up by 0.5% according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, unemployment is up by 0.2%, and you've lost hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs since January by all extent. If you even look at the Treasury, for example, they'll tell you that the worth of the dollar is down right now by 11%. No matter where you look, Joe Biden was better for the economy. So, it's
You
not
look for
misinformative.
guys, right? I look for girls.
I don't know what this has to do
we're
with
looking
anything.
at completely different things. Because you're gay, right?
Okay, and you're a lesbian, so what? I don't
I'm not a
care.
lesbian.
You just said you look for girls,
We
don't
look
you?
at completely different things is what I'm saying, right? You look at a guy
did you
and it's
not-
like, oh, yeah.
You just said you look
right?
for women,
I look
no?
at a...
Right, so you're a lesbian.
Yes, I'm a trans lesbian. Correct.
What?
Just like
I
I'm a
don't
trans...
care what that doesn't. I don't know what that has to do with
Because
anything.
you said
I was
I'm a
just simply
lesbian,
saying-
right? Which I'm
Correct.
really
You just
not.
said you're interested in women. That would make you a lesbian.
No, I mean, like, what I'm saying is that the way I look at women, you don't really
I
look
don't
at them
care.
like
We were
that.
talking about
you
the
look
economy.
At
My
guys
point
like
is that I don't
right?
think.
So you look at
Excuse you.
economy
Hold on
in
a
a
second.
different way.
My point was we were talking about the economy. I just don't think that you, as somebody who's lesbian, should be running around judging me for being gay. Like, what's the point? Get a grip. Anyway, Lee, thank you so
I'm a
much for
trans lesbian.
Congratulations. I'm glad you came out. So anyway, Lee, thank you so much for the $15 contribution. Said, hey, Johnny, OMG, the guy you're talking to is so a reoccurring pain. Treat yourself to a cup of coffee. Love what you do for us. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to support, link is in the bio. Feel free to do so. Okay, so anyway, back to the economy. Can you explain to me what Donald Trump has done to economically benefit the middle working class? Yes or no?
The economy is like that hot girl, right?
Okay, let
in
me try
your
this
school.
again.
You
Okay.
don't really understand what a
Please,
hot
I
girl
don't think
is.
that anybody wants a
because
Republican
you're
talking
gay.
about underage women right now. Please stop. So anyway, back to what my question was. On the economy, yes or no, just a yes or no. I'm not asking you to do it yet. I'm just asking you yes or no. Can you name something that Donald Trump did to economically
French
benefit
have
the
this
middle working
problem.
class? Yes or no?
They have
Just
to
a
name
moment.
everything
Just a moment.
male or
Just
female.
a moment. No,
Is
no,
economy
this isn't what I
male or
asked you.
female?
This isn't what I asked you. Yes or no, if I asked you for a policy Trump passed to economically benefit the middle working class, yes or no, would you be able to name the policy? Don't name it. Just say yes or no, would you be able to name it if I were hypothetically to ask you to name it? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, because there are none, right? Thank you. That was probably a better way to ask this question. So, there is no policy to which Donald Trump has pursued that has economically benefited the middle working class. But we could make the case then, to that end, that Donald Trump is worse for the middle working class than Joe Biden. For Joe Biden, I could name the Inflation Reduction Act, and that capped prescription costs for middle working class Americans, dropping down the cost of insulin from well over $1,000 to $35. Taking items, for example, like the infrastructure package that invested in manufacturing jobs, all the while Donald Trump is now losing manufacturing jobs. Okay, Joe Biden dropped the inflation rate. Donald Trump is increasing the inflation rate. These are things to which I'm naming in which Joe Biden was economically better for the middle working class, and you just cannot find a way to do the same. Okay? Okay. So can you name one? And listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I understand projection, and I get that. I understand that you probably feel belittled in the extent that you are a little person. You are very sad. That's okay. Don't take that as an insult. Take that as somebody who sees you. I see that you don't fit in the United States. I see you. I get that. Okay? And I feel for you. But stop trying to throw another marginalized community under the bus to give you ground to walk on. Just because you throw a transgender American under your foot doesn't mean that you're getting up one step higher than them. Okay? I hear you. Physically, I hear your voice. I get it. I see what the issue here is, but I'm not interested. I want to have a legitimate conversation about these policies to get to the core of why you support Donald Trump. Okay? So my question to you is this. What is a redeeming quality that you could name as to why you would stand by Trump? Go ahead.
He has eyes for the women. That's it. Melania.
I've never heard somebody out here calling themselves
10 by
straight so
10.
much who's ever turned out to be straight. Okay, it's giving Lindsey Graham. Nobody runs around this much talking about how straight they are. Okay? Nobody. So we're going to try this again. Is there a redeeming quality for Donald Trump that's to the benefit of the middle working class? Okay? Yes or no? This is a yes or no. I'm asking you, yes or no. If I were to hypothetically ask you in a moment to name a redeeming quality to the benefit of the middle working class that Donald Trump is pursuing, would you be able to name it, yes or no?
Yes.
What is it?
Not being gay.
Okay. All right, y'all, if you want to support me for being gay, my link is in the bio. Every contribution is going to make me 0.01% more gay, in fact, because that's actually how it works. So I'm just going to go through and say my thank yous now. Effectively, and to everybody tuning in, this is an individual to which got clocked in regards to their support for Donald Trump and doesn't know how to build up a case in support of Donald Trump moving forward. So now they're using this effectively as a cop-out in order to get kicked. For if I don't kick them, they would have to leave themselves, and thus it would be them running away. Simple psychology, but I'm just going to go through, keep them here, and continue saying my thank yous. Marco, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Said this guest needs to seek help. I've never heard somebody so quote unquote straight saying how straight they are. It's odd. Dude, literally, that's what I just said. It's like weird, isn't it? Lydia, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Said we know this guy's a Russian asset. Nothing he's ever said made sense. Tell him we hate him. I think he knows. Marina, thank you so much for the $1. Says pauses, girl in red. I'm straight too. That's funny. Also, great music. Yeah, I think it's very odd that like Trump supporters will make somebody's like sexuality or gender their entire personality. It's so odd. April, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. And thank you so much to Christina for the $3 contribution. Says, Johnny, I have no idea how you do this. Girl, me either. Oh, there goes my camera. Let me fix that. Let me fix that camera. There we go. Caitlin, thank you so much for the galaxies. I appreciate the love. How you doing, Caitlin? Okay, let me do this. Guest, question for you. Oh, snap. Kathleen, what the fudge? Did I just get pregnant? It's just, my God. Kathleen, I hope I just got pregnant because, girl, I'm about to name my firstborn after you. Kathleen, thank you so much for the love. Jesus Christ. Kathleen just sent 100. Oh, you ain't ever going to believe who just called me. I'll talk about that later. I'm going to send them to voicemail. That's actually the most inappropriate person I've ever sent to my voicemail ever. Holy cow. Wow. What is life? Kathleen sent $100 contribution. Jesus Christ, Kathleen. Thank you so much for the love. Kathleen, you're about to meet Kathleen Jr. Palmadessa. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Kathleen. That is a beyond kind contribution. Holy cow. Thank you so much. And please show 1,000 W's in the chat to Kathleen in the chat. That is immensely kind. Thank you. I'm not numb to the fact that that's like half a hotel room in DC when I head there next week. So thank you so much for the love. Seriously. From the bottom of my heart. That means a lot. Thank you.
You know the rule of the cowboy, Johnny? What the rule of the cowboy is?
I'm sorry, was that supposed to be like What was that accent? That sounded like you were like pooping.
Yeah, because
sounded
you don't
constipated.
really know what American accent is,
that
right?
accent
Because that's
was-
what the American accent is.
You don't know what an
We like our
American
guns.
accent is.
We like
This is
our
an American
nuns and
accent.
guns with nuns.
Is this a joke? You just said, Johnny, you don't know what an American accent is. What I am speaking as now would be an Americanized accent. What you are doing is not. Is this a joke? I feel like this has got to be rage
Nope.
bait.
You don't even know
Maria,
how
thank
to
you
speak
for the
American
$10
at all, do you?
contribution. Said because I'm a friend of Dorothy too.
I'm well-versed in accents,
W's. I haven't
Johnny.
heard that
So
saying in so
what you're
long.
speaking is European bitchy accent.
Oh, wow, you got me. Okay, anyway, I'm going to go back to saying thank yous now. Patrick, thank you so much for the $5 contribution. Said WTF, this dude needs help at this point, dude. You're telling me about it. He's like an odd one, isn't he? Thank you so much, Missy, for the $10 contribution. Said Donald J. Trump supporters are embarrassing. Yeah, no, legitimately. So it's like really cringe. I'm just being honest. It's like so weird. Like they don't even know why they support him. They're just doing it to do it. Billy, thank you so much for the $5 contribution.
You don't like your guns,
Said for all
Johnny.
you do, I love you. Thank you
I
so
like
much
my
for the love.
guns,
I
and everyone
appreciate
here
that.
likes guns.
Oh
but
my
you
gosh.
like other guns, not your gun.
You're like really trying to get my attention, aren't you? I just wanted to say some thank yous here. Can I do that?
You like
You're
a lot of
he's like
guns,
begging
right?
for my attention.
A lot
He's like,
of
please,
guns around.
Johnny,
That's
pick
what you
me.
like, Johnny.
Pick me, Johnny. Pick me. Calm down. Anyway, David, thank you for the $3 contribution.
nuns,
Said Johnny,
you
you
like
clocked this
guns.
guest, and he's just out here crashing out now. What's he even talking about, dude? Same. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, this is a weird one. Okay, so let's try this. You told me that you couldn't name a single policy that Donald Trump passed to economically benefit the middle working class. You then told me that you couldn't name a single thing he has done to benefit the middle working class in its entirety, or could you name a single redeeming quality? Do you think you're helping Donald Trump? Because by all odds, and let me offer you some advice, I get that your goal is to perpetuate an agenda and propaganda to support Donald Trump, knowing very well that his own supporters cannot adequately make that case right now. But all you're doing is making it worse for him. By you coming up here, you are separating both Republicans and Democrats alike from Donald Trump. Because what does a Republican see, other than that of somebody walking in with a very thick accent, mind you, to which they already don't like, let's just be real, and then doubling down and making them look foolish? And Democrats are watching you do the same, look foolish. So do you think that if Donald Trump was here that he would that he would say you're making him look good? Because I think he would deport you. So tell me exactly what you think you're doing here, because this is getting embarrassing.
What I'm doing right now, right, Johnny?
See, what is
I'm
that?
trying-
What is that?
That is the real accent that you're supposed to be speaking, Johnny.
I think you think you're doing an American accent, and that's not it. That sounds like you're constipated. That sounds like an aneurysm. That's what that sounds like.
And that's what you sound like, actually.
No. Did you hear yourself?
No,
Did you hear
that's
what you were
what you
just
sound
doing?
like.
No, it sounded like you were literally on the toilet.
Nope, you really
No,
high
now
up
your
the
voice
pitch,
jumped
right?
an octave.
And-
Wow. Did you know that psychologically speaking, when your
Ooh, yes,
voice
that's
jumps
what
an octave,
gives
that's
really
anxiety?
Good for, right?
No,
Yeah, that's
when your voice
pitch
jumps
voice.
in, just a moment. When your voice jumps an octave mid-conversation, that's a sign of anxiety. Do you have anxiety right now?
Not at the moment.
You sure?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
very sure.
So then let's try this. Can you do me a favor? I want you to tell me exactly what Donald Trump is doing to benefit you personally.
So not getting back shots from, I don't know,
Okay.
guy in the Popeyes
Well, that's debatable.
dumpster?
I feel like Vladimir Putin has
So
certainly had his way with him a couple
You probably
times
go to
now.
Popeyes dumpster, right? In the
I'm certain that Vladimir Putin had his way with Donald
Kamala's
Trump a
husband
couple
is there?
times now. I think here's where my issue is, right? You don't know how to debate on behalf of Donald Trump. So just say so. Okay? Just say so. But this is just embarrassing. This is
What is
embarrassing.
embarrassing?
This.
What is
This
embarrassing?
is embarrassing. Don't you have like a job or something?
I don't know what is this, right? So I'm straight.
Don't
you're
you have
gay,
like a
right?
job?
So,
Do you not have a job that you could be doing right now?
no.
No? Are you in the United States?
No. Yes. Yes.
You're in the United States as an immigrant and you're sitting on what, unemployment?
Yes.
So you're
Yes,
an immigrant
that's
who
exactly
came to
what
the
I'm
United
doing.
Well, clearly you're on my TikTok live stream right now, aren't you? So you're an
Yes.
immigrant who came to the United States and is sitting on unemployment. So you're consuming the federal benefits of an American citizen in the name of you having moved here to mooch off of our system that the taxpayers fund. Really? And you're making the case that you support Donald Trump? Because I can assure you no Trump supporter tuning in here right now, let alone the Democrats support you.
Yeah, because I'm a sugar baby. No, I'm sugar daddy.
Because you're trashy. That's the difference.
Yeah, I'm kind of both.
No, just trashy. Okay.
Sugar baby.
Bye-bye. Deported. Anywho, let's continue on. Do 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 do. Oh, this is not coming up. Let's continue moving forwards.
Hello.
Guess died. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
How do you?
24. 24. Is there a problem with my age?
No, I just got bored. All right, so you voted for Donald Trump. Why so?
He's getting rid of the illegals.
How poetic for this guy to come up in the aftermath of the last guest. The last guest who was here, were you watching?
Last guest is awful.
Would you deport him or would you keep him as a Trump supporter?
The last guest was really bad.
Would you deport him or keep him?
Is he here legally? It
Yeah,
depends.
he moved to this country as an immigrant so that he could sit on unemployment.
Probably the same answer as you.
Yeah, what's your answer?
Is he, so he is a legal citizen or no?
He's on a visa. He came here, he says, to sit on unemployment. He's trying to get that citizenship so that he could sit on unemployment. That's his goal.
Yeah, I get him out of here.
Yeah. Does that last guest want to come back up and talk to this guy? I'd love to have a conversation with you too.
That last guest was pretty bad. I think he was just trying to troll you though.
No.
And you should not bring up calling someone gay has nothing to do with. Hold on, I want to say something. Calling someone gay should not be an insult to someone. By the
Not
way.
an insult. A gay kingdom doesn't last, right? That's true. A lesbian kingdom doesn't last either. That's true fact, right? And historically, for a kingdom to be last long, the king cannot be gay or lesbian.
You're not talking.
So that's a whole point, right? Plot point of the history. So I'm not being like disingenuous.
You're not
It's
talking
true.
about any
A gay
policies.
kingdom doesn't last. That's true. You know why? You know why? But tell me why a gay kingdom doesn't last. Tell me.
Why didn't you answer any of Johnny's questions?
So I would answer, right? But because he's blind, right? Because he's gay, right? And he'd sacrifice. So I'll tell you a scenario like where it doesn't work, right? Because a tale of two kings.
Bro, what
right?
the fuck
You
are
have.
you talking about?
I'm telling you why. Like if Donald Trump was gay, it wouldn't work because the kingdom wouldn't last. Kind of, right? Historically.
That has nothing to fucking do with what Johnny was talking about.
Yes, so if you want America to last a long time, right, it cannot have a gay.
All right, anyway. So, like, that's your party, dude. that's your side. Like, anywho, so you support Donald Trump. Tell me a little bit about why you support Donald Trump.
Because of what he's doing for the immigration. Illegal immigration.
You know, normally I would debate you on that.
Why not?
Really? Why not? I think we're good. I think we'll just sit on that for a few minutes and we'll just talk about the economy. Let's just talk about the economy instead. What are your thoughts on the economy? Oh man. All right. All right, let's talk about it. So tell me about the economy. Go for it.
You mean the economy he inherited over the last 4 years from Biden?
Well, the economy has become worse, not better. Has it not?
It's hard to change it over time.
No, it's not. Not when you have all three branches of government and 300 days in office.
Takes time.
I mean, for example, since Donald Trump has assumed office, let's do year over year. when we compare last year to this year, October to October and September to September, we see higher cost to the tune of 3% at minimum on groceries. The average is about 2.7 to 3% more expensive. We see...
My gas is cheaper.
Yeah, let's come back to that in just a sec, though. Like, I hear you on that. But so costs on groceries, for example, up by 2.7 to 3%. Inflation's up by 0.5%. The debt's up by like 4.5 trillion as the decade over projection. Unemployment's up by 0.2%. And so year over year, Donald Trump is economically doing worse. And while, sure, you could say, hey, it takes time to make things better, well, he's taking time and only making things worse. And he has all three branches of government, but is having an even harder time bouncing back the economy than Biden, who didn't have all three branches of government. Biden didn't have the Supreme Court or the House, and yet he was still doing economically better than Trump. And then in regards to gas, you can make the case that gas is cheaper, but not really. I mean, it's only like at most 10 cents cheaper right now than it was a year ago. That's nothing significant. For example,
mine is like 50 cents cheaper.
Where are you from?
Florida.
Just like Florida in general? Are you comfortable saying like what part?
Yeah, I don't care. By Tampa.
All right.
I'd say 40 to 50 cents cheaper.
Okay. We gonna double check. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that the pattern typically is that it's about 10 cents is like the pattern. So let me see this. We're gonna go over to EIA. Let's compare. All right. So we got October to October. So it's what I said. You have 2024 October was $3. 2025 October is $2.88. So it's exactly 12 cents cheaper, which is about on par with what I said, about 10 cents. So 12 cents cheaper right now, which really, that's nothing of significance. Like when Donald Trump said he was going to cut our gas costs, nobody thought he meant by like 10 cents. People thought he was talking about whole ass dollars, right? And knowing that costs are up on everything else, it kind of makes that 10-cent deduction on gas costs irrelevant, does it not?
Yeah. I don't know about irrelevant. It is cheaper.
But like if you're paying more on grocery costs and you're paying more on inflation and so be it, you're kind of just putting the 10 cents plus a dollar back out of pocket. It's like Donald Trump gave you a dime but then took out a dollar.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, but I trust that over time it'll get better.
Why did it get this bad though?
I don't think it's necessarily gotten quote unquote that bad. I think Trump has an ego and he talks a lot about doing stuff, and a lot of the stuff that he wants to do, he acts like he can do it in a day, which I don't like that ego about Trump. So if we were 3-4 years into it, then I would be agreeing with you. But I think Trump has an ego, and the way he says stuff, he makes it seem like he's going to do it in months, weeks, days, but that's not the case. So I would say I don't agree with the way he makes it seem like he can just do anything with the snap of his fingers, but I don't think that it is necessarily so bad right now, if that makes any sense.
So I think where my issue right now is, again, like we see higher costs. We see the antithesis to what he promised on the campaign trail. But knowing that he has all three branches of government and that we're almost 300 days in, Donald Trump should be able to have delivered something to the benefit of the middle working class, but has failed to do so. And I think it's one thing to say, like, well, he needs more time. Totally. But there's two issues to counter that. The first is that he's already had a lot of time and things have only gotten worse. So what is the plan then to make them better? And he's not really telling us what that plan is, in part because I don't think there is one. And if he just kept everything the same way as to what it was under Biden, well, we could make the deductive reasoning or come to the conclusion that our costs would still be down, right? Because we can make the direct correlation to him freezing federal contracts on farmers that increased our costs on groceries in regards to produce. We can make the case that like his tariffs on coffee led to the inflationary price of coffee going up by 14%. Like if he didn't do those things, our costs would still be lower. Would it be better? Probably. And in part, I say because of the second reason is if we're arguing he needs more time, like I'm not saying this as a Democrat, I'm just saying this historically speaking, the president come the midterms usually loses the chambers. Like, do we agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, as of right now, we could come to the conclusion that he's probably going to lose at minimum the House, if not also the House and the Senate. And, like, that happens for every president. There hasn't been a president who gets to, like, keep both chambers. It just doesn't happen. Things are only going to get harder for him. So if there's, like, a long-term plan that he'll, you know, have short-term pain right now, but maybe come year 4, well, how's he going to do that with the divided legislature?
I need to take a shit. So give me 1 second.
It's always, I swear to God, y'all, it's every time I ask tough questions. It's every time I ask tough questions where folks are like, they just give up. I ask tough questions and folks just kind of give up and they're like, never mind. Caitlin, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Wow, we are almost at the galaxy goal. That's some crazy work. Thank you so much, Caitlin. I swear to God, it's every time though. I ask like tough questions and then Trump supporters will be like, oh, huh. And then, you know, do that. Side note, do I have any of my friends here? Do I have any of my friends here? Do I have like Diaba or do I have like any of my friends? Raven, thank you so much for the galaxy. David, hi, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you, David?
58.
So you voted for Donald Trump. Are you happy with what you're seeing?
Yep, pretty happy.
All right, tell me about it.
Well, when you said grocery prices, how much did grocery prices go up?
Sure, like nationally?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like, was it 1 point, 2 points?
So it varies, and let me explain. I'll take about 30 seconds of your time on this. Grocery costs as a whole right now, through generic inflation rates, are up by approximately 2.7 to 3%, which that doesn't seem like that much, but it is still higher than what it used to be under Biden, and that's issue 1.
9%? Is that 9%?
Issue 2 is that inflationary rates, to which could be contributed to that end of tariffs, for example, and he ran away, are up by 14% on coffee, 50% on beef, 38% on vegetables, but he ran away. So anyway, that's what I was saying. Next. Oh, God. I swear to God, I feel like Trump supporters are lining up. They walk up, I slap them, and then they turn around and go, never mind. And then the next one lines up, walks up, I slap them, and they go, never mind, and then turn around. Next one walks up, I slap them, they go, never mind, and turn around. Keeps happening. Guest, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hi, yeah, I did.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
When were you born?
Except 2006. But okay.
Oh, fetus deletus. Poof. I could be wrong about that, but like also I just don't think I am. I could be wrong. I just don't think I am though. My mama told me when I was young that we should always trust our guts. And when somebody comes up and they sound like fetus, I deported her. Guest, hi, did you vote? Oh, hey, Becky. Becky from Virginia. How you doing?
Yes. How you doing, Johnny?
You know, we're good. For those of y'all who don't know, Becky from Virginia is a Republican. We disagree relatively so on, for example, like fiscal politics, and so be it. But Becky...
Well, I love Johnny because he's always respected me.
Love you back.
I've always respected him. But right now, I'm so angry about this government shutdown.
Yeah.
People, listen. November 1st is Saturday. We're going to have disabled people, children. I mean, people are going to go hungry. We're right here at the holidays. It's affected our food banks. I'm all for helping other countries, but America needs to feed their children first. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Open this government back up. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know. So, Johnny, please explain to me from the Democrat side. I've listened to some of the Republicans. What are they not agreeing on to be so important to let our children and our vets and our disabled go hungry?
I think that at its core, what I want everybody to first and foremost recognize is that we have two ways right now to feed children in America. The first is that the USDA can actually release emergency funding to subsidize the lost funding in food stamps. Donald Trump isn't doing that, though. And they could, which would make the entire conversation about food stamps being dissipated by November 1st a redundant one. So that's issue one. We should all be calling on the president to release those emergency funds if the government is still shut down by November 1st. Our representatives. We should be contacting our representatives.
You think it's going to do you good?
Yeah, I think that
I
does
want to
some
go
good.
to the White House myself and scream to the top of my lungs.
And I don't blame
You
you.
don't know what it's like to be poor. Oh, don't get me started.
And
It's not right.
Because we could have a larger conversation about the subsidies in the ACA. We understand that this entire shutdown is in part because of healthcare. It's a matter of the Democrats saying, well, let's protect the subsidies, and Republicans saying those subsidies weren't meant to be permanent. Let's get rid of them. But at its branch, when we think of that, everybody could even ignore all of that's happening. Right now, if the president simply just signed an executive order that said we are going to release funds from the USDA in their emergency barrel to fund food stamps come November 1st, then the shutdown could last as long as they wanted to. But he's not doing it for some reason.
I was reading last night, I Googled it, and they're trying to say that, I forgot her name, but she says they're trying to follow the law. It's illegal for even the president to go into the agricultural funds. And I don't know. I'm sick of it.
I've heard about this. And after it was independently fact checked, it turns out the president has full authority to go into those funds and release them.
Well, he needs to do it.
But the reason why he can release them is because they weren't appropriated. So, for example, when Congress appropriates funds, he can't move those around. But for something that's in an emergency batch, well, those funds are just sitting there. That wasn't appropriated. So he could touch those, but he's not.
So what is he doing? He's just going to let children go without food? We're right here at the holidays.
Yeah.
I'm mad. I'm angry. My heart breaks when I think about it. My daughter is a SNAP and Medicaid specialist.
Oh, Becky.
And I've been talking to her about it.
Her heart's got to be broken over this right now.
It is. She's getting phone calls. She don't know what to do. Now, they won't tell her but so much, even though this is her background. I mean, this is what she does for a living.
Yeah.
But she says they're telling her that Governor Northam to Virginia, don't worry, I got you. You're not going to go without. I'll see that you have your, I don't know if you can really do this. I'll see that you have your SNAP benefits in the state of Virginia.
Right.
I don't know if he really does have us, but we'll see. We'll see.
I hope. See, for many states, they will be able to do something like that. I think of, for example, like in Michigan, they'll likely be able to subsidize any lost funding. But my heart breaks for folks in states like maybe Oklahoma or Georgia. They don't have the funding to do it. They can't subsidize it. So there's going to be so many people who go without that funding.
Exactly.
But there's also some states, for example, I consider like Pennsylvania, where I don't think Shapiro is, while they have an emergency fund, I don't think he's going to be using those funds to subsidize it, because then what happens when you have a hurricane or something? There's no way to pay for any of the damage. So there's people like Shapiro who are totally screwed right now because they only have one emergency fund. It's either do we feed these people and then risk a potential hurricane destroying us and us never being rebuilt, or do we keep the funds, not feed people, and then we have to watch people starve? It's like, this is where the federal government should be coming in, but they're not.
You feed people. You feed people. I am so, even with me, okay, let's put it this way. I have insurance. You got to have insurance for everything. Car insurance, house insurance, health insurance, life insurance. I get so tired of paying for what if.
What if?
Yes,
oh, no, I hear you. I hear you.
But we have children, and that's going to start going hungry in 2 days.
Right.
2 days. So what's first? Worry about a hurricane or feed these kids. I understand that Democrats and Republicans have their difference. And like I said, I've always respected your content, and you're a great creator. You know how to talk to people. You know how to debate people without. I don't even have to say the other two names. You know who I'm talking about. But they have a tendency of crashing out. Losing their shit because they get so frustrated. You keep your calm. You're calm. You laugh about stuff. We have to. But you know how to talk to people. And I'm not going to compare you, but I have to say it. You know how to talk to people like Charlie Kirk knew how to talk to people without crashing out, cussing people out. You just know how to. You know how to make your stand
Oh, shucks,
without
Becky, you're hyping me up now.
Well, insulting other people like others do. You can't help somebody learn about the other side by crashing out, yelling, cussing at them. You can't get through to nobody like that. I need to have things explained to me. In a rational way, so that I'll understand and make good decisions in the future. But right now, this is just, I just want to cry. Because my daughter comes home, she's getting phone calls all day long. There's nothing she can do. And it's just awful. I never, ever thought our country would stoop this low to let our children, disabled, and our veterans go hungry. Come on. We're better than this.
Right. I agree. Sorry.
Come to the table. Make an agreement on something so SNAP is not cut off and Medicaid is not cut off. This is ridiculous.
Right. Well, hold folks accountable.
And I'm just a dumbass Virginian, and I know better than this.
We need to, at its core, we're both Americans, right? And I think it's important that we recognize that you and I, while we disagree on what's best and how to get there, we do agree on the core fundamentals, like, for example, feeding children. We both want to feed children, even though maybe we don't agree on the way to do it. We do want to feed children, right? For example, some states may double down on an investment in food stamps, while another state may double down on an investment in universal breakfast. But both are trying to feed kids. What we're seeing right now is a majority in Congress who is refusing to simply just reopen the government, and a president who is refusing to allocate the USDA funding emergency-wise to feed these children. And we need to be asking ourselves, why? And then hold them accountable at the ballot box. And in part, there's a larger conversation to be had here. But I think it's important to recognize that if the folks that you elected aren't delivering for you, the really only way forward, hold them accountable. Oh, there goes my camera. Becky, I appreciate you coming up. I really do. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak on this.
People, listen, we have 2 days. 2 days to figure out how we're going to feed our children. Christmas is coming. Thanksgiving's coming. Are we going to have people sitting at the table with nothing? Are you kidding me? This is America. Nobody should be going hungry in this country. Nobody. I don't care if you're Democrat, Independent, Republican, what you are.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Thank you so much again, Becky.
And
you're going to be voting for Abigail. Abigail Spanberger?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got you.
I appreciate it.
You should come to Virginia for the governor's race.
I plan on it. Between us.
Have you ever been to Virginia?
A few times. I'm going to be there for, I have to be in D.C. From the 4th to the 6th. But a few days before, I'm going to be very involved in Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger's races on upcoming events in Soviet. But I'm kind of keeping it down low. So just between you, I, and the 1,900 people tuning in.
But the last point I want to make, when you serve the government and the Senate, Congressman, whoever you are, that's a privilege. And my feeling, and you might disagree, I feel like once you pull your term, you should be like every other American. Go get your own insurance. Why should we have to foot the bill to take care of you the rest of your life when we're out here struggling, trying to keep health insurance, it's ridiculous. They get all these benefits, and we get nothing.
But Becky, I appreciate it again. Thank you for coming up. I'll talk to you later, okay, my friend? Hopefully next time we talk, it'll be with a better gubernatorial situation, but
I'm sorry
we'll talk then, okay?
I'm the one crashing it.
No,
I'm
and that's
sorry.
okay. I
And
appreciate it. I
God
have an
bless
interview
you.
I got to prepare for, so I got to let you go, okay?
And take care of yourself. And please be careful when you're out there.
I will.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, do I have a friend here? I need to run to the restroom before the interview. Y'all, in approximately 10 minutes, I believe, if my timing's right, we have a fun interview going down. Do I have a friend? I need a friend. Friends! Diaba! Somebody! Somebody! Come up here! Come on! Where you at? Come on! Where are my friends at? Okay, I'm right. All right. Buzzard, watch, engage.
I think over Santana. I think you picked me over Santana.
Watch and engage. Watch and engage.
What are we doing? Aren't you not going to bring someone up and talk to me? Oh, shit. No one needs to hear this. Oh, now the screen's going to go off. Okay. So, what do you guys want to talk about? Oh, there's actually someone I want to thank. I wanted Trad here to thank. When I'm on here, lots of times with like Johnny or what have you, I don't have my notifications on because I'm on a device that I can't see notifications. But if you are here, thank you so much, Timberly. Like Kimberly, thank you, Timberly, for the $20 donations to go see or quote unquote visit Trad. Now, understand, I'm not going to go visit Trad. I'm going to visit Trad's mom. Okay, so hey, a little W in the chat for Timberly, like Kimberly, but Timberly with a T. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. The thing that is driving me most crazy right now are the attacks on the boats, just random boats out in the ocean. We have nothing that is indicates that they're UGG boats or they're not presenting anything to us. And it's creating ripple. I don't even know where they're claiming the boats in the Pacific are coming from. I just don't understand any of this. So, well, Johnny's back, so I'm going to be kicked out of here soon.
Deported! Get out! Go! I love you, brother. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
See you, man. All right. Hey, everybody. If you are just tuning in, please do take a moment of your time to repost and share the live stream if you haven't done so already. How are we all doing, you beautiful people? Welcome to the stream. Hola, aloha, ciao, namaste, konnichiwa, bonjour, guten tag, and all the other ways to say hi, hello, and how are you? We are gonna get up our next guest to see if we could get some conversations going. Ooh. Hi, did you vote for Trump? Hello? Girl, same, I don't blame you. Next, she was asleep. She said, I'm done. She said, good night. Y'all, please do again, if you haven't already, take a moment of your time to share this live stream. Let's get up our next guest. What is up with Trad? What do you mean, what's up with Trad? Trad good? Trad do something? What Trad do? What did Trad do? What did he do? Also, Kat, I forgot to mention before, thank you so much for the kind contributions. I saw the gifts pop up. That was immensely kind. Thank you so much for the love. Guest I, did you vote for Trump?
No. I was just saying that since the Snap is being shut down, and since everything is kind of all over the place, I think it's really important that we come together as a community, go through your cabinets, see the canned food that you don't eat, all the non-perishables that you don't eat, and give it to your community, specifically the Democrats. But yes, we need to be helping each other out in this
Republicans
time.
need to be involved in that mission as well. We shouldn't be saying specifically the Democrats. I think
Indeed,
it's
yes.
important.
I really think it's important that we come together and we feed our communities and we feed our children and we make sure that people aren't going hungry, because I've been seeing, especially a lot in my state, a lot of people are just joking about SNAP being taken away, and they're just joking about all this stuff. And SNAP is the number one reason why my family eats. And I work a good job. I'm a home health care caregiver. I try to do everything I can, but with the money I make and the money that goes to bills, it's just not possible. And we really need to come together and be there for each other, because if we're not right now, we're never going to be in the future.
Right. Caitlin, thank you for speaking on this. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you, Johnny. I love you.
Love you back. Yeah,
Bye.
and I think that what was just said there, again, Democrats and Republicans alike, as well as independents, ought to be pitching in and doing what they can. Whether it's volunteering on a Friday at your local food bank. And also, I want to tell every parent in here, this is a great opportunity to teach your kids something. When I was in high school, my mama would always drop me off at the food bank to volunteer every Friday night. You should do that. This is a good opportunity because it's a good life skill to teach them as well. Just saying. Worth doing. No better time than right now to be doing that. All right, let's continue here. Jesus Christ, did you just fall down? Are you okay?
What's up, baby girl?
Okay. Hello, did you vote for Trump?
I sure did.
How old are you?
You quit smoking that weed, you wouldn't have to put them eye drops in your
chronic
eyeball
dry
like
eyes.
that.
Yeah. So anyway,
Sure you do.
so you voted for
Sounds
Donald
good.
Trump. How old are you?
21.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so you voted for Donald Trump. What are you getting out of him?
I got a tax break.
You didn't get a tax break. What tax deduction did you receive?
My corporation got a tax break. So
What's your corporation called?
Rayo Martin Incorporated.
It doesn't exist.
I mean,
I just looked it up. It doesn't
okay.
exist.
If you say so.
No,
I mean, I said,
telling you I'm looking it up. It doesn't exist. Do you work for a corporation or do you own a corporation?
I own a corporation, sir.
And what's the corporation for?
Baby girl.
What's the corporation
me?
for?
Oil business.
You own an oil corporation. And what tax deduction did you receive in an oil corporation? Just to confirm, the differentiation between the tax deduction and the tax credit. We're referring to a tax deduction, right? You're saying you got a tax deduction?
Yes, sir. I make over the $400,000 mark. So I
Okay,
got a.
so what
I got a
tax deduction are you getting?
Well, I write off my truck, all my business expenses. My employees received better health benefits because of it.
No, I'm asking you what percentage of a tax deduction did you receive?
Oh, I got 7%.
You didn't get a 7% tax deduction as a corporation, to which you said over $400,000 in profit. That doesn't make sense. Also, why are we eating in my ears?
Why don't you talk to my accountant if you've got a problem with
Put
what
your
I'm telling
CPA
you?
on the phone right now. I'll talk to them. Put your CPA on the phone right now. Let's do it. Call him. Put him on the phone. Let's talk.
Okay.
Call him. Go.
You want me to call them and
Yes,
stay
you
on
just said you would. Are we now going to backtrack? Call
You want
your
me to
CPA.
call
Put him
them
on the phone.
and stay on TikTok? I didn't
Correct.
say I would. I didn't say
You
I
just
would.
said
You're
you just said
lying.
okay.
You're lying.
Well, you just
You're
said
lying.
okay. I said call your CPA, put him on TikTok.
No.
You said okay, and
I
then I
did
said
not.
great, do it. And you said
No, I
what?
didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, I
no, I
called his
didn't.
bluff.
I said, okay.
I called your bluff.
Like,
So, you
like
don't have a
your
CPA
gut,
to call
because
you.
obviously you can't be on your phone and TikTok and make a three-way call. So
Sure, you can.
But you can talk to my accountant about it. I can give you their information.
No, I want to
shit.
talk to your CPA right now. In front of the almost 2,000 people, I would like to talk to them.
Okay.
Put them on the phone.
How about this? How about I got 7% tax break, and I don't give a shit what you think about it?
Okay, how about you're a liar
You know what
and you got
7%
caught
means to
lying?
me?
Well, you got caught lying.
7% for me
You're a liar.
was
and you
about
got caught lying.
$50,000.
You got caught lying.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are.
So, okay. You have your opinion. It's cool.
It's not my opinion.
We can agree
you got caught lying.
We can agree to
because you couldn't
disagree.
Let me talk to your CPA. It's not agree to disagree. It's that you got caught
We
lying.
can agree to disagree. We can
got
agree to
caught lying.
disagree.
I mean,
It's
whatever
okay, baby
makes
girl.
you feel better, but you did get caught lying.
Hey, stop crashing out. Calm
I'm not
down.
really crashing out. I feel like I'm pretty calm.
Calm down.
Already am.
Calm down, Johnny.
If I was any more calm, I think I'd be asleep. But anyway,
Calm down,
so
Johnny.
you voted for Donald Trump. You said you got a 7% tax deduction without any evidence of
Mm-hmm.
said tax deduction, to which it also didn't make sense when you broke down the bracket. For example, what bracket are you in?
And my CDs went up too.
Okay, you didn't answer my question. And I feel like there's a reason you're not answering that question. It's because you don't know. So let's try this again. What is Donald Trump and how has he been a benefit to you? What's been the win?
And I like the fact that he supports abortion.
Oh my God.
I think that's great.
That
I
he
think the
supports
immigration
abortion?
is great.
That he supports abortion?
So not only are we getting rid of illegals.
What's an illegal?
What's abortion?
What's an illegal?
What Joe allowed to cross the border and
No, I'm asking
Kamala.
you what is an illegal? Like, tell me, what is it? I don't know why we're playing.
People who don't go through the proper process to be an American.
Okay, so you're saying an undocumented immigrant's an illegal. What makes them an illegal, though?
So you're saying an undocumented immigrant is illegal too? You're
No.
agreeing with me?
That's what you just said. You're saying that an undocumented immigrant's an illegal, but
camera
you're
right,
not
bro.
explaining why. So I'll ask you again. What makes an undocumented immigrant an illegal? For example, are you saying that because an undocumented immigrant perpetuated a alleged crime in the accordance with the definition of this current administration's viewpoint on undocumented crossings, that by then they would be a criminal and therefore an illegal? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, actually crossing the border like that is illegal.
Okay,
It's a
so then
misdemeanor.
you're saying because they committed a crime by crossing the border in an undocumented capacity,
We
that
agree
they are
on
then
that?
an illegal.
Do we agree on that?
No, I
Do we
don't
agree on
agree.
that?
I'm asking you, is that
Do
what
we
you're
agree
saying?
on that?
Is that
So
what
the
you're saying?
facts are, so you're lying.
All
The
right, let me
facts
try this
are.
again. Just a moment. Calm down.
Stop
There's no
crashing
reason
out,
you're
Johnny.
this agitated.
Calm down.
I'm saying for
Calm
an
down.
just a moment. I'm saying an undocumented immigrant. You're saying that an undocumented immigrant is a quote unquote illegal because they committed the crime of crossing the border in an undocumented capacity. Is that right?
Is that a federal crime?
Okay, so is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Is it a federal crime? Yes or
You're
no,
not
Johnny?
answering my question, and it's because you
Is it a
don't
federal
understand the
crime?
question.
Yes.
I'll ask you again. Is an undocumented immigrant? Well, yeah, you're proving my point. He's just not
Is
smart
it a-
enough to understand the question. He's saying, everybody, that an
Is
undocumented
it a federal
immigrant.
crime? Yes.
Right. He's saying that an undocumented
Crime?
immigrant.
Yes or no, Johnny?
No,
It's a misdemeanor. Yes.
No.
By the federal laws, it's a misdemeanor.
no. Now, can I continue
Yes,
speaking?
it is.
Can I continue
You fucking
speaking?
liar.
Shh. So he's saying that an undocumented immigrant who crosses the border in an undocumented capacity is by then therefore a illegal, for they had committed a crime. And I'm saying, well, by your logic, Donald Trump is then also an illegal, for Donald Trump committed 34 felony counts, which are federal felonies. So Donald Trump is also a criminal and therefore an illegal. Here comes the fake laugh. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, so you just said that Donald Trump's an illegal.
It's a misdemeanor.
But you're
to
saying
come
that Donald
across
Trump is an illegal
the
as well.
border. It's a misdemeanor to come across the border
Just to confirm.
undocumented.
So we agree that Donald Trump's an illegal. That's what you're saying?
Stop pivoting. It
This
is
isn't
a
pivot. It was a direct.
misdemeanor to
You're
cross
chewing in our ears. So we agree that Donald Trump is a illegal. That's by your own logic, correct? You just said it yourself that Donald Trump's an
It is a
illegal.
misdemeanor to cross the border undocumented.
Okay. You could keep repeating yourself. Did you hear what I said?
Do we agree with that?
No.
Do we agree
Did you
with
hear
that?
what I said?
Am I right?
All right. Stop chewing in my ear. Get deported. Next.
Am I right?
Next. You just said that Donald Trump's an illegal as you're chewing Cheeto dust in my ear. Get a grip, please. You're a grown man. You're saying that Donald Trump's an illegal because those who commit crimes then you claim are therefore an illegal. Thus, you say an undocumented immigrant who crosses the border in an undocumented capacity is an illegal for they had committed a crime. By all logic, then Donald Trump too is an illegal because he has committed a crime. Let me fix this. There we go. My camera's tripod's a little broken. If you want to support my new tripod fund, feel free to do so. Link is in the bio. This thing's got duct tape on it right now. Alrighty, y'all. Man, these Trump supporters are really on one. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I mean, literally, I don't understand how they could act like this. It's so embarrassing. Honest to God, if you're a Trump supporter tuning in, you have to sometimes, like, at least look at yourself in the mirror just a little bit and be like, oh, this is a little embarrassing for you. Like, God, y'all. Come on. Act normal. Act normal, please. Side note to everybody tuning in, hi, I'm Johnny. I'm a Democratic activist and strategist based in Pennsylvania. My work surrounds campaigns and administrations from the State House to the White House, whether serving as President Biden's regional director or Governor Josh Shapiro's social media manager. You might not know my name, and maybe you don't know my face, but my work does surround these campaigns and administrations with one mission of doing better for and by my neighbors. Maybe you know some of my projects. I'm the guy who had created the website that tracked Donald Trump's debt down to the penny. I'm the guy who not only created said website to track Donald Trump's debt down to the penny, but I'm also the guy who camped outside of the Supreme Court for weeks on end to represent Democrats during Donald Trump's Colorado ballot and immunity hearing. I am the guy who sent 3,000 postcards with dogs on the front of them to Kristi Noem's doorstep because I am that petty. But I'm also the guy who's been traveling around documenting Donald Trump's unlawful National Guard deployments and ICE raids. When Donald Trump sent the National Guard to Los Angeles, I was in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sent the National Guard to Portland, I was in Portland, and he failed to send the Guard to Portland, I might add, W's to Portland. When Donald Trump sent the Guard to Chicago, I was in Chicago. When Donald Trump sent the Guard to Washington, D.C., I was in Washington, D.C. Together, we have been able to reach tens of millions of Americans to speak truth. To speak truth as to the lawlessness that Donald Trump has pursued, and I'm proud to have done that. It's work that the radicalized right is infuriated by. Those on the radicalized right have been outright attempting to intimidate me. The radicalized right has called the police on me, has threatened to pursue an investigation via the FBI on me, has threatened my life. They have stalked me and my family, and they have vilified us on Fox News, saying that I am supporting crime. So today I'm announcing my campaign for Congress. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my God, imagine though. Someday. But that being said, folks, come November 5th, I will be in Washington, D.C. And we are going to continue speaking truth because I won't be silenced. I won't be intimidated. But I will continue the work. If you want to support my efforts, feel free to do so. Every contribution made at the link in my bio is going right into the fund to support what I do. But other than that, folks, we are going to try to keep these conversations going. These Trump supporters are crashing out. All right. All right, let's keep it going. You should run. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. Deported. Row! Oh, Row. Oh, Row Kana. Row says, I am so sorry. Gotta reschedule due to scheduling changes with the committee. Please let me know if there's another date that works for you. Row! Row, be for real. Oh, Row. Oh, Row. Boo! Boo in the chat. Boo in the chat. The government is shut down, Row. What do you mean committee? Boo! Boo! Committee. Big boos. Boo. Boo. Nah, we love Ro. That's okay. It's what it is. We'll pick a different date, navigate it. It's what it is. You can have an interview with me, Fuzzard said. No, that's okay. I think we're good. I'm okay, seriously. Anywho. Oh my gosh. Welp. Should we live stream restart? I feel like we should restart. Oh, I gotta say massive thank you first off for renting. Thank you for the $5 contribution. Said, is that if that guy actually owned a business, he wouldn't be this big of an ignoramus. I pledged the Johnny cult. W's to the Johnny cult. Thank you for being part of my cult. I appreciate that. Interview JD Vance? No, because unfortunately I prefer to do interviews in like settings with couches and stuff, and I couldn't do that with him. So that's unfortunate. Fortunately, I had to put a chastity belt on my couch because of JD Vance. So, anywho. Only JD Vance has to force the American populace to put chastity belts on their couches. Just saying. Some crazy work. W's to the Johnny Cole. I appreciate that. Oh. Okay. What is this? Speaking of, side note, if y'all want to support, I'm like a little, you guys know, does everybody here know Hafrican? Does everybody here know Hafrican? So Hafrican and I were talking, and he explained to me that there's a gift gallery. So if you guys ever want to support, there's a gift gallery. This is like addicting to me now. I love this. But if you click on my profile in the top left corner, to be clear, this is how cool this is. If you click on our profile here, you'll see something that says A1 Gift Gallery, and if you tap on that... Was that from the gift gallery? Hold on, Cat! Oh, I want to see 1,000 W's to Cat in the chat right now. What the fudge? Yeah! Wait! Stop! The flying Cat! Ah! Ah! Cat! Sorry, somebody's going to call the police on me at this rate. Cat! With the fireworks now too? What the fudge? Wait, let me explain. So we are in the top 1% gift gallery. It's called A1 Gift Gallery, and this means that TikTok recognizes that our community is just like one of the best. So if you want to help with that gift gallery to help us knock it out, please feel free to do so. If you click on my profile, you can click gift gallery. And Kat, what the fudge is happening here? Jesus Christ. What the fudge is happening? Oh my God. Oh my God. Jesus. Jesus. We're almost done with the gift gallery. Oh, these ones are tough. These ones are crazy. These ones are crazy. It's like, yeah, these ones are crazy. If you click on gift gallery, these ones are nuts. These ones are like, it's like Interstellar, Party On and On, Lion, TikTok universe. Okay. Okay, TikTok, really? It says, this is what we need to complete the gift gallery, it says Interstellar, Party On and On, Lion, TikTok universe. TikTok. You could have made them like cupcakes and donuts or something. TikTok said, hold on. Good luck. All right, never mind about that. TikTok, you stink. TikTok, you dumpy. But yeah, so they have like this gift gallery, and basically every week, every creator gets a gift gallery, and the gift gallery has a certain set of gifts to which that creator wants to get, and those gifts allow them to get bumped up on the algorithm. So more people see what you're doing, and you can reach more people when more people support. So for example, because of the contributions of this Why did I get emotional? Oh my God. I want to see 1,000 W's right now to Cat in the chat. Jesus Christ. That is Cat in the chat. Yo, that is Cat Cooks in the chat. Cat. What the fudge? Oh my God. What the fudge? Thank you so much for the love. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. First off, and your name just showed up across TikTok, literally. So, Kat, you and I hope you know, Kat, yours and my name on every single person on a live stream all over TikTok because of the TikTok universe. And everybody just got a notification on their screen on TikTok that just says, Kat and Johnny just saying, thank you so much for the love, Kat. Jesus fudging Christ. I would really love to just see an endless wave of W's to Cats. Just so much love to Kat. Kat, that was such an immensely kind contribution. Thank you so much for the love. That was absolute insanity. The amount of kindness right there was beyond absurdity. Thank you so much for that kind of love. Kat, I would really like, if you don't have to, but if you wanted to come up and kind of chat, I would love to chat. That was so immensely nice. You don't have to, don't feel pressured to, but if you want to, feel free to join the guest request. I would love to bring you up and just thank you personally. That was such an immensely kind contribution, and I'm not numb to that. I'm not numb to that kind of kindness. Kat said I'm too shy, and that's okay. And that's okay. I will ask that everybody tuning in here, first and foremost, please give Kat a follow and show Kat some love. Please, Kat's the pinned comment here. Please give Kat a follow, show Kat some love. That was an immensely kind contribution. Thank you so much. That was just one after the other. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I want to explain exactly what those kind contributions are going to. For those of you who don't know, so as I had said before, we have been traveling the country, documenting Donald Trump's National Guard deployments and unlawful ICE raids. And so it's because of the support and the love of this community I've been able to do that work. Because of our work, we have reached tens of millions of Americans. We have caught the eyes of everybody from BBC to Washington Examiner, from the LA Times, even Fox News, who have spent time trying to vilify us. We've caught the eyes of everybody from Cyndi Lauper to Julia Louis-Dreyfus to Ricky Martin to so be it. But we are going to continue the efforts because we want people to know what's going on in these cities. And it's work that the radicalized right are very intimidated by. They have attempted to vilify us. They have attempted to undermine, to intimidate and threaten. But we just keep fighting forward, and we're going to keep at it. And again, Kat, I want to say thank you because it's contributions like that that allow me to kind of keep doing this. And so thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to do this. I understand it's a blessing to be able to do this work. I understand that not everybody has the opportunity to be able to kind of jump off the sidelines like this. So thank you for the love again. Oh my gosh. So thank you. Whew. Wow. Amen to Kat. No, amen to Kat. We pray in a Kat. Amen to Kat. Thank you again. Oh my gosh. I don't even know where to go from here. Jesus Christ. And that TikTok universe is so pretty. Did you guys, oh my gosh. Was that not just the prettiest thing you've ever seen? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for the love. That's my first universe ever. I feel so special. Wasn't that so pretty? Wasn't it so pretty? Oh my gosh. How many pops? Oh, we got to do a giveaway. Side note, we got to do a giveaway coming up for folks tuning in. We have a lot of things coming up. Do you guys want to see some of the things that we're going to be doing? For those of you who don't know, inevitably we're going to be doing a sort of like a giveaway on all of these autographs and so be it that I've been collecting. And every day I kind of collect things from certain. I have a few bridges that I've built, and so I like to get things for them. And so we're gonna give them away. Let me show you what we got. Let me show you some of the things. I'll show you some of the things we got. Okay, I'll show you. Show you some of the things we got. So, a few things. Oh, Kat, you want something? Girl, I got you. You let me know. We have signed The Nanny Script by Fran Drescher. That one's iconic. We have Agatha All Along, Catherine Hahn. We have, oh, this one I can't say. I can't say that one yet. We have Wicked, Bowen Yang. Nuremberg, which is like Colin Hanks and Lydia Pekka, Mark O'Brien, James Vanderbilt. We have, can't say that one. Good Fortune, Aziz Ansari. We have so many other things. Joe Heder, Seth Rogen, Noah Weil, Justin Hartley. Oh, this one's not printed, but it's Ray Romano and Brad Garrett from Everybody Loves Raymond. Taika Waititi. We have Joe K, Timothy Simons, Sharon Horgan, Charlotte LeBon, Fiona Dourif, Patrick Ball, Owen Cooper, Ike Barinholtz, Simu Lee, who is Shang-Chi. So we're going to be doing like something for the community with like a mass giveaway. So that's going to be coming up, so keep an eye out for that. We have Kristen Milioti from The Penguin. There's a lot more. To be clear, this entire thing is filled up. This entire thing is filled up. And there's a lot more things. The pops behind me are all signed too. So if you see a character up here, they're signed. So like we have Jessica Chastain from It, Beverly Marsh. We've got Jack Black, Kung Fu Panda. We've got Venom up there. We got Sonic. We've got Leonardo DiCaprio, David Cornsweet, again, Catherine Hahn. We got Billy Zane. We have Seth MacFarlane as well as Seth Green. We have, you want Sabrina signed album? Yeah, so we do have a signed Sabrina Carpenter album as well. That was a gift from our team, so that's fun. We have all sorts of things. We have lots and lots of things. So what I was planning, Leo signed we have signed everything. We are going to at some point be doing a giveaway with them, but I'm kind of just building out the collection right now as far as I possibly can, because realistically, two things can happen here. You have the Wicked actresses. I have everybody from Wicked, yes. I got everybody from Wicked. We got Ariana, we got Cynthia, we got everybody. I worked my butt off. So I've been building out the collection. And so we are trying to expand it as far as possible, and then we're going to do something really fun with it. How do we buy them? Well, I don't think you are going to buy anything. I don't think that's what's going to happen with these. I think it's going to be a randomized giveaway. That way that everybody has a fair chance, and so be it. Because what I don't want it to be is I don't want to be somebody. How do I make this clear? I want everybody to be able to have a fair chance. I don't know that I'm going to be able to be let's sell them. Do you have anything signed by Kamala? I do have signed Kamala stuff. But yeah, so we got lots and lots of stuff. But anywho, y'all, it is currently 11. Oh my God, it's only 11:35. It is only 11:35 a.m. Jesus Christ, y'all. This is a long day. This is going to be a long day. Are y'all folks ready? I know it's going to be a stressful couple days here. Are you guys holding up okay? I know it's going to be a stressful couple days here because it's almost November 1st, and we have a very, very, very critical deadline coming up. Where am I? That's a secret. But in approximately 1, 2, 2, 3, I think 3 days, I'm going to be in DC. That's a secret, though. I can tell you where I am. Yeah. November 1st is a very stressful deadline, and I understand that. But here's what I want you to know. So I've been sitting down with electeds in Congress trying to navigate the best situation forward. And I wish I had good news. I don't. And I think in part that's where it's on each of us to do our individualized part and do whatever we can to contact and hold to account our representatives and pressure them, whether Democrat or Republican alike. We need to be pressuring elected leaders right now to deliver to ensure that people can get the assistance that they need. Because this is not going to be a partisan issue. Republicans and Democrats alike are going to be affected. Republicans and Democrats alike are going to be affected. This isn't a one-side thing. But again, I would implore, oh, goodness gracious, I would implore absolutely every single person tuning in, contact your representatives, get in touch with them. Fuzzard, hello. I was getting ready to close up. How you doing?
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. One, win, Cat. I mean,
oh my God, I know, right? I was like, oh God. God.
Cat, I gave you a follow me back, and you like that would be wonderful. But
don't follow him back, Cat. You're not good.
Yeah, whatever. People love me. But real quick, so in the state of Maine right now, we have Susan Collins, as everyone knows who the hell she is preaching out all over the place that the Dems need to sit down and just sign it. Just go along for the ride. Okay, that's a loss. But Angus King, I'm very disappointed with because he is one of the three that have signed, that have said, hey, no, let's get the government back open no matter what it costs. Angus King, very disappointed with. Very disappointed with. And that's basically what I want to say.
Can I be honest? Why?
Go ahead.
I'm going to say the same thing, and I'm going to say this as well for John Fetterman, too, which is my senator and one of the ones. I want everybody to really understand here, Democrats have been handed a crap sandwich. On one side, it's you're going to overthrow subsidies in the ACA. On the other side, there will be children who go hungry and mothers and fathers who cannot feed their kids. So there are some senators who are saying, I would rather overthrow the subsidies and screw over these people. And there are some senators who are saying, I would rather overthrow the food assistance. And I'm not mad at Democrats at all. John Kelly is so example. Because they didn't pick that sandwich. The Republicans picked it for them.
So I get what you're saying, but if you're going to have a shit sandwich, pick the right side of the shit sandwich.
But there's no right side. You're either letting kids starve or you're letting elderly die. And who's allowing both of those two to unfold? It's the Republicans in office. And so that's what I would say. I would say we got to call out the Republicans first before we call out our own.
I agree 100%. Well, I understand Angus is independent, but with that being said,
ours. We got him.
Yeah, I know. I know. I voted for him every time. So, but I had a point and I lost track. But I'll let you go. I just wanted to bring that up and say, Kat, good for you. Real quick with the trad thing, I thanked someone for a donation that I got because I didn't see it then, and I said it wasn't to visit trad, it was to visit Trad's mom. You were there.
Oh my!
Everyone that was in that live knows what I was talking about.
Oh.
You want to visit Trad's dad?
Okay.
That's all. That's all I was saying. Love you, Johnny.
Bye.
When are we gonna go skipping? Bye.
Oh, hey, question for you.
Me?
Yeah. You're from Maine, and there have been folks who've been. I typically don't like to jump into somebody else's primary, but like Graham Plattner, can you speak on this and let folks know where you're thinking as somebody who's from Maine? Because there's other folks in the chat who've been asking about this, and like they're from Maine, but you know, what are your thoughts?
Look, this is where I stand on it. I wish Janet Mills never put it in her card. I really do, but I think Graham is, especially if you're more of a left-leaning, more of a progressive person, Graham is the way to go. You also have the youth in Graham. Graham is where I'm going to go. I did tear back and forth. Now, does Janet Mills have the reputation and willing to stand up to Trump? Yes, we've seen that several times. She is willing to say, F you, Trump. I don't care how much money you're holding from the state. I am going to stand up for what's right. And she has won. I'm not saying that. She's a wonderful governor. We can leave her here as governor. But Graham Plattner, he is where the direction's going. And Ndami, we can see it with New York. We can see that this country is going in that direction, and I think it's going to be beneficial.
I don't know that it's right to group up Memdani and Plattner, though, right? Because so for my question to you, I suppose, is like Memdani, for example. Something I want to separate Memdani and Plattner over is Memdani didn't win specifically because he's a progressive. He won because he's common sense. His policies are progressive, but he set his policies in a way to which people understood. Plattner, for example, it's very difficult to figure out what this guy actually does believe in. And I'm noticing that with even journalists who have been asking questions, that everything feels like you're trying to pull teeth. While with Zoran, you don't need to ask a single question. You know exactly what he stands for. He's a phenomenal leader. Guy will end up being governor someday. Very good at explaining. Is it a concern with, for example, in regards to the Reddit posts or the tattoos, and so be it with Plattner, that quite possibly if all of this baggage is coming out now, is it too much baggage to carry through towards the general? And also, is there a fear that more could come out in the general that we don't know about? Because it seems as though there's a lot of hidden skeletons here, and that's not something that you will want in a state like Maine, right?
So the biggest thing, and if you guys don't know, there was a tattoo that had Yahtzee references to it. Yeah, and he came out with a story. He took it on. He admitted it. And he has since covered it up. Now, do you want to believe it? Do you want to believe that he didn't know that it was, and it was just a stupid thing he did as a Marine? That's up to you. I'm all right with it. I'm personally all right with it. I think he has a lot of great views. And yeah, you're right. There's not a whole lot. It's a little gray of exactly where he stands. But he seems, as far as I can tell, and from what I've learned, that he's a progressive leaning. Now, you're right. He's not exactly some Amandati. And he's not exactly that extreme. But do I think he's helping our country go the direction I want to see? I want to see a lot more progression. I want to see progressive sides to start in our country. And I think the two of them are a good start. And plus, it's the youth. I mean, Janet Mills is just throwing in another Susan Collins just on the right side of government.
Yeah, but so I question if that could win. Because she, I think, is the first Democrat to have won as a registered Democrat, I think, in Maine in 2 decades. I think where my concern with Graham is that there's 2 types of progressives that run for office. Zoran Memdani, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and Bernie Sanders are the type of progressives where everybody likes them. The ones who don't like them just don't like them because they're progressive. But like anybody who listens to their policy, you like them. And why? Because their policy is good. Like they're common sense, comprehensive, good policies that benefit the middle working class. So like that's in part why Zoran won by an absolute landslide when people underestimated him. But then there's a different kind of progressive, right? Like the John Fetterman, who will typically not tell you his policies, so you don't necessarily know what he actually believes in, but he'll run as the anti-establishment candidate and claim he's progressive. But what makes him progressive, you don't know. What does he believe? And then shortly after he's elected, well, now he's no longer progressive, and he says that he never ran as a progressive. So as a Pennsylvanian, I'm looking at Plattner and I'm thinking to myself, this guy reminds me a lot of Fetterman. And that makes me nervous.
And I see what you're saying. It is a gamble. Do we trust what he's saying up front? I've watched some town halls with him. He speaks a very, very solid platform. It is a gamble. You're right. And that Reddit thing was not a good look.
I got one more thing to also say here. A difference between a real progressive and a fake progressive. Somebody who will say that they're progressive isn't. Again, perfect example. AOC is a progressive. She is so respectful to the Democratic Party. Even though the Democratic Party has absolutely wronged her in the past, she is one of the most respectful Congress members to President Biden. Zoran has been so respectful to the Democrats. You have, again, Bernie has been so respectful to the Democrats. But then you have on the fake progressive side, John Fetterman, who like attacks the Democrats. That's the okay. An actual progressive isn't doing that. Or like again, that's where I think my issue with Plattner is as well. Because I saw Plattner say something the other day that was like, at a town hall, he said something that was like, "Oh, you know, my party's out to destroy me," and I'm like, "What are you doing? Please stop."
Yeah.
Like, this is reminding me so much
I
of
saw that
Fetterman.
too.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
that's, come on. Like, AOC had every reason to say that, but she never said that because she knew
So the
very well
reference
that
to-
it was, like, in her best interest to keep fighting forward. And now she's become the sweetheart of the Democratic Party, you know? We adore her.
So the reference to that, I feel like, was where Janet Mills came out and said, "Hey, I'm running against you." I think he took offense to that. And then trying to defend it. I think, I'm not sure what the current poll is, but last I knew, he still had a lead, even despite the Reddit stuff. But I think he was just saying, "Hey, look, you guys are going to send out Janet Mills against me," because he feels like he's more progressive and she's more centric. Yeah, I did hear what you're saying, and that's, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Don't attack your own party.
Yeah, right? That's kind of my vibe. But
So, and I've done a lot of back and forth. I've talked to you before. I've talked to Adam Cray on this, and I've gone back and forth. And I think I'm going to support Graham. I think that's where I'm going with it.
I think also, like, because there's another progressive in the race. James Wood, I think is his name. Is his name James Wood? Jordan Wood. Jordan Wood. His name is Jordan Wood. Yeah. And he is a progressive running in Maine. And so I'm like, you know, I think that for the progressives tuning in, considering he doesn't have any baggage, if there's like a progressive who doesn't want to vote for Janet Mills, might be worth giving Jordan a look there, because a lot of, like, I don't know, if a candidate has baggage coming out in the primary, that's going to be stressful, general.
So he was very popular at first until Plattner came out. He was very popular. People were loving the shit out of him. But understand, no one had come out yet. So,
right.
But yeah, he is and I like him. I do like him. It depends how aggressive you want to get.
Christoph said Wood doesn't have the traction. Okay. Neither did Zovron, though. You don't need traction, you need grassroots. Zovron had grassroots, so people underestimated him, but then who won the primary? It wasn't the one who had the traction, which was Cuomo. It was the one who had the vote and the grassroots organizing, which was Zovron. Same thing with AOC. AOC was not expected to win, but she had the grassroots momentum, not the like national momentum.
But Wood has lost the traction. He had traction and has lost it. So he's on a downward slide, I feel. But hey, who knows? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I have not eliminated Wood. I don't want Mills just because of the age. I mean, you're just replacing Collins. And I know I shouldn't say that out loud, but
in part, the reason why like I'm good with Mills is like same reason I was good with Biden. So like, how do you get away from Trump with the transition? Biden was the transition. Then inevitably we got Trump back because some people are not that smart. But like transition president, that's kind of how I'm thinking of Mills. I'm like, Mills would not do more than one term, but maybe she would be the way to get away from. Because for those of y'all who don't know, Susan Collins is a legacy politician. She is a stronghold, as did her family, on politics in the region. They can't get rid of her. Same thing with like Lisa Murkowski. You just can't get rid of her. But if somebody could, you can finally transition away from that legacy politician. So it's.
And understand, back when I voted for Collins, when I first started voting, when I first got into politics, what have you. Yeah. No, I was very Republican for a long, long time. Olympia Snow, huge fan of Olympia Snow.
Oh, that's such
at
a
the
great
time.
name. Holy cow.
I know, right? But as I educated myself, learned more about what politics actually were, I have since. I'm listed independent now, but I was a starch Republican. I grew up that way. All my family's Republican. Every one of them. And I've slowly pulled away from it because I've learned humanity, I guess, is the biggest thing.
To everybody tuning in, you keep hearing all about these streamers who grew up Republican, who were Republican until whatever. I was true blue Democrat, born and raised. I came out of my mom's womb, and what happened? I had a little flag that said Al Gore. I was ready to go. We were out of the womb. My mom was like, "What?" How'd you have that in there?
I didn't vote Gore. I voted Bush.
Did you?
Yeah,
I wasn't
did.
alive for like that election. However, I was a year late, but yeah.
I was born in Texas. That shows you where things
for real?
stand. Midland, Texas. Georgia. Well, where George Bush is from.
Yeah.
Midland, Texas.
Oh, can I just say something as well? Y'all fumbled the ball on that. To every Democrat tuning in, y'all, 500 votes in Florida. Yeah, I would have been outside of the Supreme Court. I would have been outside of that Supreme Court. Ain't no way they were doing that. Stop the count. Girl, you recounted that entire state down to the penny. Absolutely not.
I know. And then the Supreme Court had to jump in and figure that all out.
The Supreme Court deciding the president is some crazy work. That's insanity.
That really is hanging chads and all that whole shit. You guys, real quick, before me and Johnny get off here, can I get some more followers? I want to get to 10,000. I'm about 800 short. Yeah, I'm going to fucking use your platform for 2 seconds.
I don't blame you. That's called networking. That's not bad.
That's all.
Yeah. One time I was at an event and it was a gala and I wasn't supposed to be there. I walked in, I took somebody else's name tag, and for the rest of the day it was like Jeff Zucchini or something. And I had a great time. There were photos of me on Getty Images afterwards. It was very nice.
Nice.
If you guys ever see that, if you see a red carpet event, you just walk up and when they say, "Hi, who are you?" you just say Jeff, and there will normally be like a Jeff or a Sarah, say Sarah, and then they'll go Sarah and say the last name in question and you go, "Yep." Take the tag. That's how I got a White House press briefing badge too. Did you know? I have one of those. Yeah, I got a White House press briefing badge.
I knew you did have one.
Mm-hmm. Because I walked up and I said, this is actually low-key, this is how it happened. So they have a table where you check in, and I walked up and I said, "Oh, I'm supposed to have one of the all-access badges." And the girl at the front desk goes, "Oh, who are you with?" And I was like, independent media, not independent organization. And so she goes, "Oh, great, here you go." And I was like, "Thank you much." And then she goes, "Are you supposed to have one of the White House press briefing badges too?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah. Yes." And she goes, "Okay, great. Here you go." I was like, "Thank you so much." And I walked my ass in. That's how you do that. Folks, you make your own bridges. You build your own bridges.
So, real quick, Johnny. So there is someone, I'm not sure if she's in the queue or not. Emma, she's a friend of mine. I am familiar with it. Can you bring her? She's asking if I can ask you for just a moment.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know. I just trust her.
Okay. Fuzz. Are you sure?
I do trust her.
Oh, I know Emma. Okay. All right. You know what I mean? I just, normally when Fuzzard has a friend, it's like, well, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Emma, how are you?
I'm fantastic. And I wanted to let you know, so with 42 million people going without food stamps next month, I'm a homesteader. I put together a document. You can find it in the link tree in my bio. It's called the Pantry Project. This is to help people who make things from scratch at home using everyday items in their pantry to hopefully get them through these really hard times they're about to face right before the holidays.
It's called the Pantry Project?
Yes.
I love this so much. Oh my gosh.
Not trash.
Is there a wish list on it? Is there
there's not a wish list. It's basically a recipe
kit.
book I made. Yeah,
Nice.
it's like a recipe book I made to so like with baking soda, baking powder, some flour, salt, you can make pancake mix that is good.
Nice. Oh, I love that actually.
You can make homemade oatmeal packs for your kids for breakfast. You can make some desserts even. And so I'm hoping to help spread awareness to the Pantry Project so I can feed people through these really hard times they're about to face.
That so much.
I think
awesome.
I think I heard you talking about this, but I was not paying enough attention. This
is so much better than I thought that the conversation was going to become. The moment that, because Emma, I know it was you, Emma. I thought it was like, Fuzzard friends. And so like when he was like, "I have a friend who's here, Johnny, bring him up," I really thought I was about to see like, never mind.
But yeah, anyone who has the link can get it. It's absolutely free. I just want to help people. I think there's a way you guys could even share the link yourselves so it can get out there more. I just want to try to feed as many babies as I can. So
thank you for doing this.
You're very welcome. I will be adding more things to it when I have more time. So right now it's only about 33 pages.
Well,
but,
the initiative is
you can
awesome. That's really cool.
Right. You can make ranch dressing. You can make everything just from basic goods in your pantry. It's
How
really
do you make
easy.
ranch dressing?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but because I have it all written down in a little like index cards in my home. But I use my Instant Pot personally to make yogurt and ranch dressing from home. I even make my own garlic powder using like the shavings from the garlic. You just bake them and then crush them up in a mortar and pestle, and you got garlic powder.
Man, I really thought.
I thought you for sure you were going to say first we find a rancher.
I was gonna say
And
that's
then-
how I
Never
thought.
mind.
I thought ranch dressing came from like a plant or something. Oh, great! Breaking news: Obamacare enrollees get first look at 2026 prices as premiums soar. Yay, Trump! Thank you, Trump.
Oh, did you hear that ICE is going to have to start? It looks like they're going to have to start wearing body cams.
Yeah, I heard in like Chicago or so be it. This is what we were going to be talking to Rokana about today. He had to reschedule, which stinks. But that was literally something to which we were talking about. He's working on a policy with Jasmine Crockett on regards to the matter.
Right.
But yeah, so I have to get into my kids' parent-teacher conference meeting, but I adore your face, Johnny. Thank you for letting him know, Fuzzard. I adore you as well. I hope you guys have a lovely day.
What do you like better?
Well, thank you.
Out of who? You or Fuzzard?
Yeah.
Sorry, Fuzzard, but it's going to be Johnny.
I love you. I love you.
That's not fair. That's not
She
nice.
was quick with it too.
I know.
She was
It
quick
wasn't-
with
It's
it.
the eyes. It's the eyes.
You can
They're
have
You just want to
mesmerizing.
confirm the question. But, yeah, his are fake. I have real eyes.
My eyes are real.
No, the colors aren't.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
I didn't
are.
mean to
Look at my
start a fight.
eyes.
Check out the Pantry Project. Love you guys. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye, Emma. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later. Love you.
All right, man. See you later. You have a good one, okay?
We'll see you later. Bye.
Alrighty. Y'all, if you are just tuning in, welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. We're going to be closing up now for a little bit, and we're going to come back later tonight with more conversations and some debates. It is 3 p.m. on the East Coast, 12 p.m. on the West Coast. But no matter where you are in this country, I hope that you're having a beautiful afternoon. I know that it's going to be pretty stressful in the days ahead, and I'm not numb to that. And I recognize it. I ask that everybody kind of maybe do something nice for yourself today, whether it be just sitting back and watching a movie at some point later tonight, or whether it be making yourself a bag of popcorn. Whatever the case be, just do something. Because this is one of the easier days. And if you're stressed today, things are only going to get worse in the days ahead. Really try to enjoy today. And vote yes on Prop 50. Vote yes on Prop 50. Vote yes on Prop 50. All right, folks. I love you all immensely much, and I'll talk to you later, okay? Bye, everybody.
Thank you very much.